All right, time to take the Anomaly Inc. for bullet, guys. All right, I'm with Fanboy.
Kill 'em all.
He does actually make that argument, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yes,
Yeah, just in
yes, he
a
does.
Yeah.
just in a more of a don't kill them. Like it wasn't like directly kill them all. It was more of a
He
subtlety.
says he says a lot
He,
of stupid
he says
shit
in
that I can
he says
respect, but
he more he says in more like mm, why
well, we'll get there, I
it,
guess. But
basically that it's more important that the multiverse stays intact than their lives. Basically, that
yeah,
that's kind
but
of his
well,
argument that
He wants to
is,
watch a
that the
Doctor Strange movie.
yeah, is it a problem that Spider-Man again? Does he think old Raimi, Tobey Maguire would let the villains die? Like, does he think that?
it's more.
I-
I don't have that much of an issue with it because the box like keeps the spell completely intact, and it only gets worse when it gets destroyed at the end. Basically, the
oh,
box is able to keep the spell in a pretty good condition through the entire movie, right? And it
hold
only
on.
spreads when it gets destroyed.
Sorry. You're right. You're right. Potato conveniently just wanted to join right now, so we might do that in a second. But um, so anyway, to sum up, Rage. Oh, Potato. Hi. What's yeah? This is awesome. This is some Avengers shit now. Anyway, so Rage has been a lovely fan of a supporter of our content for a while, and has suggested tons of videos for us to watch. One video he suggested criticizing No Way Home, the channel was deleted, so we'll never know what happened to that. But he suggested this one like a month ago. Now it was a really interesting experience. Fanboy and I, we tried to watch it in our own time, and it took. At first, I was thinking because at first the video starts off pretty reasonably, like at first I kept saying to myself, "Man, this is way better than all of the other videos criticizing." Yeah, he said, "I'll be the judge of that." Yeah, fanboy said, "I'll be." I said, "This doesn't look too bad," and fanboy said, "I'll be the judge of that." And it turns out it was too bad. So once we start getting into it, I'll try not to spoil it too much, but
Uh,
it,
just one thing. Last time that we talked to, well, me and Sheep talked together. Fanboy wasn't present, and because we were discussing Deltarune and all that, and I just wanted to ask Sheep if you told Fanboy about the few things that I remembered from that review that got deleted with the channel, because I
oh yeah,
told
I
you.
did, dude. Fanboy, remember? So according to the video, rate that Rage found, the person apparently said that Aunt May's death was worse than Joel's death in The Last of Us 2. And
Wait,
I know,
what?
He
as a hater of The Last of Us 2, you would have some thoughts about that.
No, he basically said that Aunt Aunt May's death was a bad it was a bad twist. It was badly done, and then he says that one of the examples that he says is a good twist death is Joel from The Last of Us Part Two.
Oh,
Basically,
what do
he
you think?
says,
I'm glad YouTube terminated his account. That was criminal what he said. And honestly, I agree with YouTube's decision here.
I actually deleted his account myself. I became a worker of YouTube to delete his account.
That became a work. Yeah, I
Uh,
infiltrated.
and the another thing that I remember was the it was another argument where Spider-Man should have let the villains die, but
it's
it was
always that.
somehow
It's
but it
always
was
that.
somehow even worse because he said like why is he trying to he basically thought that the villains were dead through the entire movie, basically that there was no point in saving them because they will die no matter what. Even he he calls them,
Well,
I think, walking corpses, basically. Why is
okay.
Spider-Man trying to save a
That's so fucking
someone
funny.
who's already dead, even though the movie specifically says that they were taken from a time right before they die.
Yeah,
You
so
know,
for one, do you
but
really think that Peter Parker, Spider-Man, wouldn't try to save people's lives, even if he was told that it wouldn't work? You
no,
like
no,
what is
no,
wrong
but
with you fucking people?
It's funny.
Why do you think Spider-Man will let people
It's
die?
no,
funny.
no,
I
but
asked like all my family that question, and I said, "Do you
Me
think
too.
Spider-Man would let people die?" And they're like, "No, no, I don't think he would. Spider-Man is the pinnacle of heroes. He wouldn't."
Yeah,
uh,
that's what my family said.
it's more of an issue that it seems like he ignored that fact from the movie. Maybe he misheard it somehow. Maybe maybe he thought that the villains were already dead, and this is like they were brought back to life, even though they were taken from a time before they were killed.
Yeah, that is
You
one of
know.
the problems with the movie, though, is that it doesn't tell us what happens to the villains afterwards when they go back to their world, and that's
It is.
something that's important. But
I kind of speculated maybe it's kind of like in Endgame. Every single one that is returned, each of them are from a different universe. Where, for example, in the Cure, the Doctor Octopus returns to his world, but in that world, Green Goblin is still dead. While maybe in when Green Goblin returns in his world, maybe Doctor Octopus still dies. Basically, I think that's kind of the point where every single one of them is from a different world, and they are taken from a different time.
yeah, the movie doesn't tell us that though, and it should tell us what happens
No, but
afterwards.
but I'm kind of looking at it logically to make it,
Yeah,
so it works. Because if each of them would return to one world, if Green Goblin, Doctor Octopus, and Sandman were in the same world and all of them would live, it would kind of make the movies really different. If Green Goblin survived, then Spider-Man 2 would be really different. The same goes for
yeah,
Spider-Man
you're
3
right.
if both Green Goblin and
That could have
Octopus
probably
would
created
survive.
multiverses in the Raimi films.
Yeah, I think
That's
that's
something
I think
Anomaly complains about is that it is the same
Which,
continuity as the
which,
films. Because
which I don't even know if that's a bad thing.
I
well,
think I, I think the intention was that the original Raimi films would be unchanged, but however, these villains are taken from the same world. Basically, it's a different dimension. Oh, no,
yeah.
it's a different. It's the same timeline. It's
So it's not
everything.
the
Everything.
same. It's not the
Everything.
exact same as the movies. It's not the exact same universe.
Basically, all the events happen the same. However, in their final battles, the villains get transported here, get cured, and are are they basically return to their worlds healed.
Yeah, this doesn't really make sense, but I always interpret it as like they just pop into modern day in their universes and they can just like chill and hang out.
And I think they return
But
to the same place that they were before.
that's kind. There's probably there's problems with that because like how did Doc Ock survive pulling the machine down and
Maybe
like
yeah, that's plus Electro is also problematic because he was in that
yeah
machine. So if he returns completely like a normal human, he's just going to get
Well, if you
yeah
think
he
about it,
killed
also
his
the
ass.
Spider-Man are returning.
Yeah, but they are in the future. Like it is said
Aftermath, yeah.
that they aren't taken right before their death. They are basically taken from a time where they currently are. Basically,
Yeah,
they are aged
that is
up
But
from the last
who's to
time that we
say,
saw
like
them.
with okay, but we know that Doc Ock was taken when he grabbed Peter.
by
Electro
the
was
net,
taken when he was getting all the grid.
the
But like
data.
we know that they're taken when they know Spider-Man's identity. It's not when they're like most of them. It's when they're about to die, like Doc Ock and Electro. So I only see those problems there.
Well, was Norman taken like before the final act, like right when he was at like
We
his mansion or whatever, talking to the mask.
Wait,
I think that's
I don't know. That's the thing.
He's the
think-
one that we don't really know that much about when he was taken.
Like
the symbols
the
for
lizard being taken, like it has to be either when he figured out who Peter was, or some other time point.
Yeah.
the Electro is the one that is the weirdest. We don't really know how he got to know, who Peter
Well,
is.
the
Well,
movie
that's something
subtly
something
says
Fanboy talked about.
the movie subtly says he was downloading the grid. So in that
data.
case, he would have downloaded a bunch of information. He would have probably figured out Peter's identity, but he probably wouldn't like necessarily know in a way.
I can try to pull it up. I need to say though, the way it's worded is like I was absorbing all the data and then I blew up basically.
I don't know. Yeah.
Again, it should be explained better, but like it is like he would have seen that as a possibility that Peter Parker was Spider-Man.
I don't really remember the Amazing Films that well, but because Electro was teaming up with Harry, didn't Harry like told him who Peter was?
Harry didn't know Peter was Spider-Man at that point. Harry found out like at the end when he saw Gwen there, and it was like,
when Spider-Man said no, I mean you said no.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask. Maybe Harry told him, but yeah, that's impossible. So
yeah,
okay.
He's also kind of right. Peter did just say no and leave.
Yeah,
you're a fraud, Spider-Man.
Pass him to everybody.
And I know that's one of Anomaly's criticisms, that why is Electro here, but why is not like the original Venom from Spider-Man 3 here?
Oh, yeah, that was something you talked about. They were boxed, I think is the term we came up with.
The corrupted, what was the thing called? The Agamotto tomb, or the Agamaya box, whatever.
We looked into this. Like, we did... Oh, yeah, that's what I was trying to talk about.
Hold on. You have your comment here.
Oh, yeah.
Wait,
I'm not... I responded to like a handful of his points in that comment, hoping he would respond back, and he never did. But I think that was right before.
Here it is. We didn't see Topher Grace, Venom, and Taz and Green Goblin because the box trapped the corrupted spell inside it, keeping all the characters in the multiverse. We know Peter's identity is at pause until the proper ritual, which means sending the villains home is complete, and then it will reverse the spell.
That's quoting the movie, although.
There are only a few villains because Doctor Strange contains the spell immediately. It is contrived that the characters sent to Tom's universe are villains from previous movies, yes, but it could have been characters from the multiverse.
It could have been any characters, is what I meant to say. It could have been
at the end, when the spell is unleashed, we see Kraven, we see Scorpion.
Yeah, that's when the box is like destroyed, and they're all coming in.
Which means that, yeah, these were probably, I think, if we look at it like these are the closest ones in the multiverse. We could look at it like that. It doesn't really. It is contrived that it's only from these two movie series that are included. Plus, Tom Brady from the Venom is also there. But
but it would have been any villains. Like he asked, why aren't the Spider-Verse characters in the movie? I think, and I said, well, you could also say that was contrived because it could have been any characters that were brought into the multiverse. But we'll get into it more detail later. We kind of got off the point. I was explaining basically what happened. So Fanboy and I tried to watch his review, and it took several days. We didn't even finish it. We finished halfway through it, and we watched 10 minutes a day, and we talked about that 10 minutes for a few hours. So each day. And
the Anomaly Inc. video is gonna be 10 hours long, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready.
Yeah, we should probably start.
This video has more flaws than No Way Home.
Wait. This video... Wait, actually, no. I have something else. No Way Home still has less flaws than the Spider-Man 2 bank scene.
Oh. But honestly, really...
Anomaly Inc. right now, fucking bashing his desk.
But let's be honest, like No Way Home definitely has more issues than Spider-Man 2 in a lot of cases.
I don't agree. Like, it might have bigger flaw. Actually, no.
It
I don't
fucks
know.
up. It fucks with space and time and multiverses because Spider-Man 2 has some bad plot points, but No Way Home has all the Doctor Strange and all of that.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it,
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
Well, I guess
Uh,
the only flaw I see was the spell.
yeah, really. Like, we just don't know how it works exactly. Like,
And Doctor Strange's characterization
actually,
and
wait, what? Yeah, actually, I think I could agree with that. But Spider-Man 2 has like character problems with like MJ being a
yeah, yeah,
bit
yeah,
a
yeah. But
deal, Harry and Otto
I'm
Yeah,
just,
being.
like
I'm just
saying that Spider-Man 2 has less flaw. I don't know if that's true. I'm sorry.
I mean, I still like it, by the way. But anyway,
I'm trying to think like what are the big issues of Spider-Man 2? Like MJ, you've got the plan between
what
Harry,
Otto
Harry
Otto
and
being
Doctor Octopus.
invincible.
Yeah,
Otto
Octopus.
Otto could have just kept threatening Harry to get the tritium.
Yeah,
Why
Yeah.
did he take the deal?
Yeah.
And starts the entire third act of the movie, and
yeah.
Spider-Man 3.
I'm trying to think. In No Way Home, like we have the spell, we got the report that Lizard is captured. We got the report of someone flying around. We go there. We got Electro and Sandman. Then we have Green Goblin, who
And
goes
Beast.
to Aunt May. Yeah, that's how the movie goes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then they are
A
together.
Doctor Strange fight.
Yeah, that one has some issues because of how powerful Doctor Strange is. So
I don't know if I would agree with that, because you
uh,
wouldn't be using like you want to be going all out on
Yeah, you want to be
Peter.
trying to hurt Peter or
He,
nothing.
he underestimated him. Peter has his spider sense, and Peter
I,
has his
I mean,
match
yeah,
sense. I don't know.
but you see all the things he can do in Infinity War.
Yeah, but like I
So
don't think he's trying to hurt Peter. I think he's just trying to get the box.
yeah, but
Yeah.
like you have all those like he can clone himself and use all those whips, so he could have subdued
Well, he did try all
Peter, like,
that.
yeah.
He like again, he underestimated Peter's
I think most of
capabilities. Like Peter's
I
been
think
through
more
this for like
no.
3 rounds now, including the
Yeah.
2 Avengers movies.
I think most of the issues in this movie are from Doctor Strange and the spell and all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Doctor Strange definitely
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah,
on
yeah.
his A game.
And
Yeah.
I think I found some some issues like in the final fight, like how did Doc Ock got to the Statue of Liberty? He's how did he get there? He can't swim, he can't fly.
Oh.
That is
Oh.
probably a pretty big issue with the third act.
Oh, I
Like,
didn't think about that, but maybe like
because
Sandman carried him, or I
no,
don't
he
know.
he got there later, so maybe he rented a boat to get. I don't know.
Well, Lizard
Because
getting there.
Well, that's a valid thing to say, but
Wait,
that reminds
Lizard
me.
getting
Wait,
there.
wait,
What happened?
wait. No,
Lizard
Doc Ock. How did Doc
Lizard
Ock
swam there.
Oh, how did
Electro and
Doc
Sandman.
Ock in there? Get there?
Yeah,
Wait. That reminds me, though. While that is a valid nitpick, that reminds me of Spider-Man 2. How did Doc Ock go to his hideout, to the bank, to Harry's apartment? How did he get his jacket anyway? Like,
yeah.
how did he move through the city when the police were hunting him down? By the way,
But I mean, I think in Spider-Man 2 it's a bigger issue because, but in No Way Home you can like make excuses like he stole a boat or something, like because Lizard swam there, Electro and Sandman flew there. The same goes for Green Goblin. He also flies. So Doc Ock is the only one who not only is good but also uh, he can't swim or fly there. So he probably needed some kind of transportation to get there.
maybe he did some Star Wars Rebel shit and started spinning his tentacle blades like a helicopter.
Yeah. Look, you listen to me now. All right.
Uh,
Well, I need to pause this real quick. Hold on, because we need to pay our
Recording?
dues. All right,
Oh,
we're
did you
back.
have
Potatoes
did you
here
have
now.
taste?
Of course.
So we were just talking about like how we are Rage and I kind of used to watch like Anomaly's content when he was making like prequel defense videos, and we both like actually like I remember them being pretty good because he was responding to people who made ad criticisms of the
yeah,
prequels.
because you had like a nostalgia critic, then Cosmonaut Variety Hour said was the big one. He had like 5 parts for that video
Yeah,
on the prequels,
yeah,
and
yeah,
yeah, that video was absolutely horrible from Cosmonaut.
yeah. Well, well, it's Cosmonaut. The thing is like those YouTubers, like everyone knows the prequels are bad, so they kind of like either don't really put the work in to
It's
find
it's
out the
it's a
problems with it, or
the prequels have issues, but the people criticizing them in that time, they didn't know how what the issues were. Basically, they only looked at it instead. For example, Red Letter
yeah,
Media said,
yeah.
and a lot of those criticisms are pretty bad.
That's
Well,
exactly what I hate everything's video. What I mean, that's kind of what his channel was just quoting what
my
Red Letter Media said.
my
But
problem with I had everything is he absolutely when he made the prequels video and then he made the Last Jedi video, he
oh yeah,
he completely contradicted himself. And I remember this because I was still a really dumb. Well, yes, I was a dumb child, dumb
aren't Star Wars
teenager.
fans supposed to
No,
cheat
no,
it
no.
good?
He said in the prequels video, I hate everything said that why should George have all this freedom? Look what he's done with all this freedom when he did these movies. And then in the Last Jedi video, he said these directors should have freedom to change the world and all of that. Well,
Yeah,
we don't want movies to be made by all these big corporations. So he completely contradicted himself.
yeah, but that is a
I even remember this spotting this on my first watch through of his videos. So
yeah, that is a contradict, and that started like one of the earliest EFAP arcs. But that's kind of off the point
yeah.
though. We were then talking about like how Anomaly apparently she like tried to debate EFAP or well on EFAP like try to defend the Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones. Episode 1 it went really poorly for him and Mahler and Rags had to like defend the prequels for him
Well,
apparently.
yeah, but also like Sitch made pretty bad arguments as well. He 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 was repeating himself really often. Like he had issues with the fact that the separatists or no separatists,
Trade
well, the
Federation.
trade federations were greedy. He had an
What?
issue with that. He's
What?
he basically said that the bad guys
Jesus
didn't have
Christ.
he basically kept saying that the bad guys didn't have really good defined goals, even though we know that they they basically want money and want
Yeah.
control over more systems. And
Yeah.
Palpatine wanted to give them this opportunity to get more power, and he used it in favor. You know, he invaded
Of
his own
himself.
planet, so he invaded his own planet so he can get elected as a chancellor. So
Yeah.
Fucking
uh,
ridiculous.
I
Anyway,
I mean the prequels have a lot of issues, but like those issues can be fixed. Maybe
oh yeah,
maybe
easily.
if we got more movies to expand certain things like the Clone Wars and all of that, I think it would have been much better. As well
Right.
as to fix certain things like on wait in Phantom Menace, like there is no place where you can exchange Republican currency, the credits for Tatooine currency. Like
Yeah.
that's the big issue with the Phantom Menace. Well, the funny thing is that the Lego Star Wars made this much better, where they didn't have the money in the Lego game, so they had to win the race to get the money for the
Yeah,
engine,
and then
Oh, that actually makes
Anakin
sense.
pops the money out of his pocket. You already had
which
it.
yeah, which doesn't really make sense which wouldn't make sense in the movie because she's Padme's royalty, so why wouldn't she
But
have
they wouldn't
so
have
much
money
money?
on them. They wouldn't
Well,
have money on them.
wait, well, if it's a royal starship, they should probably have a backup money if they got stranded and need to buy supplies or something. it
Backup
wouldn't.
money.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense for royalty to not go somewhere in a spaceship, no less, with no money.
Was that spaceship though? Was that like meant for the queen to use?
Yes, it's a royal starship.
Oh, okay.
The silver one.
Oh, okay.
Fucking ridiculous!
Qui-Gon even says that it's a really
You
it's
imitating
very
normal.
he says it to he says it that it's really expensive, I think, in the movie. So
Yeah.
yeah,
We're kind of getting off point again.
we're
The
getting really off point.
Yeah, it happens. I'm sorry, audience. Um. Anyway, the point was that when the EFAP covered Revenge of the Sith, Anomaly wasn't there. So, for some reason, the tie was cut, and oh yeah. So what Fanboy and I we were trying to watch this video. I don't remember. Well, we like looked into the Anomaly drama because I was kind of familiar with it, and we saw a really good video by Sam Houston, I think his name was. Let me check real quick. I'll link it in the description.
I
Sam Houston.
I remember what happened because I watched a podcast where Southpaw
Yeah, I did
explained
too.
uh, basically when Southpaw was making his well, it was on his podcast where he responded to SK Comics.
Wait, no, go ahead with that.
He was responding to SK Comics because he made a really bad video on
Spider-Verse.
Yes, and he was analyzing all
Anomaly
the
thinks Spider-Verse is overrated, by the way. Anyway, continue.
yeah. He was looking at all the old movies, comparing them, looking at it, and he started seeing a lot of issues in Spider-Man 2 because SK Comics kept comparing it to Spider-Man 2. And I remember one thing was that Southpaw, Mauler, and Anomaly were in a call together, and they were watching the the bank fight,
Fight.
as well as I think the train fight, and
Right,
Southpaw kept listing all the issues, and Anomaly tried defending them.
Wait,
You,
can I take over
yeah.
in a second? So yeah, you can still find it on YouTube, right? And yeah, Anomaly desperately tried to defend the movie. He failed, but afterwards, Anomaly was like, "Southpaw, you fucking recorded me without permission, you snake! But I knew you would do it though, fucker. I just wanted to see if you were that much of a piece of shit."
Yeah.
Basically, through a tantrum on Twitter, everyone laughed
Yeah,
at him.
no private DMs or nothing. Everyone laughed at Anomaly.
Yeah, and then later, he told, I don't remember what the context of Southpaw message. Oh, well, so he also, Fanboy, do you remember Wolf, right? And, like, the Heartbreaker guy who said, "I don't give a fuck about your depression. Just tell me if you're making videos or not."
Yeah.
Well, Anomaly...
I don't remember this completely, but from what I remember, they were talking to each other, and Wolf was really harsh on him, basically.
Oh yeah, I know that.
Wolf is always really harsh.
Wait, wasn't that because he was fed up? He was fed up with him, I believe.
To my knowledge, right, and I saw it on EFAPs, like EFAPs Wolves were on. Anomaly would apparently keep spamming Wolf the questions, or he keeps spamming Wolf saying the prequels are good, Nickelback is good, and Halo 4 is good. And
like every day, he said, or something.
Yeah, and apparently Wolf was just like, "Dude, your videos are shit. Please stop messaging me." And then at some point, Southpaw was talking to Anomaly. I don't know what the context there was, but and he said, "Do you want to get in a voice chat with Wolf?" I think, and Anomaly said, "I mean, we have it right here. I put it in our DMs. We might put it like in editing or something." Actually, let me read it. Hold on. "After the shit you pulled, no. And after the shit Wolf pulled, tell him to swallow a fucking bullet, dude."
A bullet, whatever that is.
And you know what the best part is? He doubled down. He said he would do it again. He quadrupled down on it.
After
Any
that, he disappeared from the internet for like a couple of months, I think.
and the internet was great for a couple months.
Uh, um, I know that I think that he when he returned, he released that really long Clone Wars video. I
Oh
think.
yeah, he said the Clone Wars was mostly awesome. I didn't watch the video, but it might be interesting. Um,
Uh, I agree with some things in there. I don't agree with other things. Does uh, he does call out some of the things in the later seasons, like the chips as well as the Tyrannus reveal, but yeah, I don't really have an issue with that because Anomaly isn't really that well versed in the EU. To be
yeah,
honest, neither am I.
neither am I.
I'm just fan of certain books like the Republic Commando,
Yeah,
KOTOR,
same.
the Old Republic. So I know certain things more than others, and I'm also a Boba Fett fan. But basically,
Yeah,
I'm not an EU like in general
scholar.
expert. Yeah, so I don't blame Anomaly for not like understanding that like certain things will change or things like that.
Yeah,
Because this was before Disney, so this was
yeah,
kind of retconning a lot of the stuff in EU.
yeah,
So him praising certain things, while I could say that the like praising those things is wrong, I don't think that it's his fault for saying those things. I think he
yeah.
enjoyed them, and yeah, I don't want to like say
Yeah.
some bad things like that.
I believe like the 3D Clone Wars show like retcons the 2D one to some extent, but we're kind of getting off point.
Well, the 2D one is no longer canon. None of it is.
Oh, so
No,
Grievous actually being cool is no longer canon.
yeah, Grievous is a little bitch.
Yeah, a
Yeah.
little bitch.
He gets
he's
he gets he gets
he's Anomaly
his
Inc, dude.
So
he gets his
uncivilized.
yeah, he gets his ass kicked by Gungans and their sticks.
To be fair, they had like the electric shit that was bad. That was bad for the
Yeah, remember the
droid.
2D Grievous?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
you're thinking this about a cyborg that has four lightsabers and is trained to kill Jedi, and yet Gungans can defeat
I
him
mean,
with
if you put. I mean,
sticks.
I don't remember how it went, but like if they if they ambushed him, maybe he doesn't have like the force
Grievous
really.
is more of a gag character in the Clone Wars.
He's like a cartoon villain. Like they even
Yeah,
he even has like comedic like interplays with the droid, the B1 droids. Like he
Yeah,
really is like
I
a
I
remember
cartoon.
watching the
mean,
2D Clone Wars and like Grievous, I was afraid of him.
Yeah, like genuine. It was really well done, but anyway,
oh
the
yeah,
point. I was kind of leading to something with this. What? Never mind. Almost lost it. So with Anomaly Inc., right? Told Wolf to eat a bullet, doubled down on it. Apparently left the internet for months. Well, so what? Oh yeah, another thing I want to quickly mention is Southpaw did eventually make his like 2 hour or whatever critique of Spider-Man 2. And unfortunately, I don't know how Anomaly reacted to that, but what I do know is that his ilk, the Raimi fanboys, really came out in full force. Another person like Anomaly and I, who were like memers for EFAP back in the day, E-Man gameplay, he like
yeah.
he took the Spider-Man 2 critique really personally, and then started telling people responding to him to hang them or to snap their own necks.
Oh yeah, I
So
remember going like
uh,
I was invited to that server, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah,
uh,
I would browse through the text.
wait,
And normally,
what
I
didn't
didn't know he was this guy, but like
I
I
I
thought he
need
was
to know
just
did
shit talking, like shit posting, but no, he
Yeah,
was dead ass apparently.
yeah, and there's a reason I was bringing all of this up, but did you have something to say, Rage?
I I don't remember this correctly, but didn't Anomaly encourage E-Man?
Oh,
I think he
I
did on
bet.
Twitter.
Oh, I bet he did. I bet he did. I bet.
I think when he was I think when E-Man was criticizing Southpaw, like Anomaly encouraged him or something, maybe.
Yeah, I
I don't
bet.
remember. I'm not 100%
Full
sure, but
throttle.
it is a maybe. It is a 60% maybe.
Yeah.
Because
Anyway,
because I know they are close friends. I know this.
Yeah.
Like,
I was actually sorry. Go ahead.
I know that Anomaly mentions him in a lot of his videos, like his Doom video. I remember because Iman is a big fan of Doom Eternal, as well as what?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, the Game of Thrones, because Iman did that really funny meme where, uh, what was his, in season 8 where he was shooting everything, both the dragon and then. Ah, well, we're getting off topic
Yeah.
again,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What I
well,
was
this is the
leading.
farm cast.
Yeah. The conclusion I was trying to lead this to, though, is basically all Raimi fans are insufferable, whiny assholes. That's basically it. And they're like the most toxic part of the Spider-Man community, and you can't fucking escape them.
Yeah,
Like
they'll show up at your doorstep.
Raimi fans try not to tell people to kill themselves. Challenge impossible. Uh, uh, yeah,
I'm
that was basically it. They're so fucking
Yeah,
obnoxious.
when EVAP started criticizing the Raimi
Raimi.
trilogy, like it all went downhill.
Yeah, it really did. That's what's like Sam Houston's video. You like saying, guys, can we not talk about Spider-Man for a few days? Can we just like each other? Yeah.
Like
Like,
everything went divided.
Yeah, like Spider-Man pieces of media that are different to the Raimi movies, they whine about. People that criticize the Raimi movies, they whine about. They're fucking man children, dude. Not all of them, of course. I like the Raimi
Some of
movies.
them were probably children at the time and thought this is like they didn't think good enough to understand why their points were correct, and they probably grew up to be just man babies.
Yeah. And the reason...
I mean,
Oh,
to be honest,
If you
I
think
don't.
about it, Sheep, it could have happened to us.
it could have. It could have. Oh my god.
To be honest, I don't really want to judge these people. I mean, I'm a fan of a lot of things that I would personally
Wow.
consider bad, but I'm
Yeah.
still a fan of it because some of it I grew up with, some
Yeah,
of these things
exactly.
I still
Me too.
like. But yeah,
I,
but I don't really want to like
Honestly,
call people like man children because it is weird. I think that with the superhero movies, it is probably the worst thing because you don't really have that many great arguments when compared to when, for example, a book gets an adaptation or something, like when
Harry Potter.
oh yeah, or Game of Thrones, or where where
Fucking
when
even Twilight. There we go.
yeah, when people got mad with those, you could understand because you only have the books and then you have the show, and if the book doesn't really get certain things, if it leaves out certain things, then some of the later story beats would not make sense, basically.
yeah.
And you can work around it, like the Lord of the Rings movies were able to do this well, where they were able to condense the story and still keep all the original plot points intact, and you know anyone can enjoy those movies and they are really beloved. But with superheroes, it's really it's weird. It's,
Yeah.
like
Well,
They
the
always
reason
are.
with
They always.
superheroes, it's a more extreme version of, for example, if someone would adapt like a Greek myth, because a Greek myth can have so many
Right.
different types of. Uh, you can tell it in so many different ways with the same message, same characters, but different setting, different. You can tell it in a different way. You can, and with superheroes, it's all the same. Like Spider Verse is a good example. You have a universe where the Spider-Man is from a noir film or an anime
Yeah.
Spider-Man and or Spider-Girl, I guess.
Yeah.
Uh, I mean, you know, and some people want to experiment, so you can't really It is it is a really hard thing to talk about this, adaptation and all that, especially because for some reason comic book fans are really, for some reason are much more passionate than others, where
Yeah,
other fans, you understand the other fans, where they have only this one thing, and when it gets adapted poorly, you know, it sucks basically.
well, yeah, but I wasn't even talking about comic book fans because because you don't like see Batman fans, quote unquote, saying, "Why isn't Batman killing people in this movie?" You don't see them doing that shit. It's only
Um,
these fucking Raimi
uh,
cucks, dude.
do you know
It's
that
the
Snyder
infinite
fans?
retros of the world, but
I mean, Snyder fans exist. You
oh
know.
shit, I'm
Yeah, I
dumb.
forgot about those
Oops,
fuckers.
oops. I forgot. I forgot. Lethal Lightning, one of the people we responded to, was one of them. Like he disliked the Suicide Squad, but it was just because that was like the Snydoid agenda. One of the
Yeah,
like
like that's what he said. Actually, I'm pretty sure.
one of the comments on his video, it was funny. You're gonna love this. The comment says, "Why does comedy exist in movies?" Like I'm trying
That's
to enjoy a
Snydoid
movie.
server.
Yeah, I'm surprised Zack Snyder himself didn't write that, to be honest. But
Well, I can like give examples for. I mean,
uh,
like I
about
don't
what?
know, uh, these adaptations. For example, this is a good example because it's really popular in these past few years. Manga slash anime. There, you get the live action adaptations that really do a lot of dumb stuff. Like you have the Death Note adaptations on Netflix that is really insulting. But you don't really, but people who hate that movie, you can't really say that they are whiny man children because like they have reason to be mad at what they did to that story, and
Oh, oh yeah, 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 yeah.
and like a good example is Four Kids. Four Kids.
Yeah.
Uh, when they were still like doing dubs, one of the things they dubbed over was One Piece, the biggest comic book uh, comic book of all times, behind Superman and Batman. Uh, it's uh, it's from Japan. It's about pirates. It's really long. Still, it's really fantastic, and even though it looks like a kid's cartoon. It has a lot of blood. It has a lot of um, sexual things as well because it's from Japan, so they don't have the same sensibilities than as America as well as other parts of the world. And these manga is a lot of times geared towards teenagers, 13 to 16 year olds, or 18 and to 20, So
Yeah.
so what they did was they took away all the guns, all the wine, all the blood from a pirates show, and they dubbed it over, and they left out a lot of important information. And if they continued, because 4Kids bankrupted, and they they couldn't do certain stories later on in One Piece because they left out certain things. One good example, because One Piece is a kind of story that when you read it, you meet a small background character that is like in chapter 100, and then 400 chapters
I
later
get.
that the character returns and is a big player in the story. That's kind of
Oh
the
yeah.
that's the appeal of One Piece. It's a massive story with a massive world with a,
Right.
a lot of
Yeah, the
characters.
Gene Day
So
effect.
Well, what you're saying, right, is that like there's valid criticisms, like a piece of like there are valid criticisms
yeah,
of
yeah.
something being
For,
ruined people can make,
mhm.
and I wasn't calling people man children for that. I'm calling people man children when you're like infinite retro and like the idea of Spider-Man having Iron Man as a mentor and shit makes you fucking like whine
I
on the internet
I
everywhere
just
all
I
the
just
time.
want I just wanted to say this, that if, for example, Anomaly watches this, I want to say that I agree that sometimes adaptations are really bad, but with the superheroes, it really depends. Uh, For me, superheroes are really tricky when it comes to the adaptation argument, and the reason why is there is this one episode from the Nostalgia Critic that is still in my head, and I still can decide which of these sides should I take. In Nostalgia Critic's Suicide Squad, with the 2016 one, the first one, he talks about, I think, Harley Quinn, and he says that this version of Harley Quinn loves the Joker, and the Joker loves her back. So they're a couple, and he says that you you know
Movie's bad because of
no
that.
no 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 it's not a movie's bad. He says that uh, he shows like, oh, Batman has been so much so much older. He's been so long. He's been so much older. So changing his backstory in a large way wouldn't make that much sense. It would be pretty bad.
Does,
But because
does
Harley
he mean
Quinn is
that
a
Batman? Oh, hi, potato. Does he mean that Batman, as like a piece of fiction that exists, is so old so you can't change it, or Batman in
yeah,
universe?
because you can't
Yeah.
really change something that his
Well,
parents
that's stupid.
no, means it like you can make a Batman movie where his parents don't die because it's intrinsically what motivates him and all of that. While Harley Quinn is a new character that appeared in what was the Batman show, animated Batman show
Animated
in the
series.
90,
Yeah,
90s? Was it in the 90s or
yeah,
80s?
yeah, yeah. I
90s.
get that.
So Batman was in like is more than is he 100? No, he's not yet
Yeah,
100
like
years old.
90 years old or something. I get the idea, but thing
No,
is
no,
though,
I'm just saying this because I personally don't know which side should I took. Is it the older characters that
well,
the
can
people know more, that they do you think that these older characters are, you can change them more
Well,
because their backstory. So if you change it, it will make it fresh. Or would you change these new characters that are maybe not as popular, but maybe try to do something different with them? It's really hard for me to decide which one of these arguments should is more prevalent. Is it the older characters or the new characters?
Oh no, no, we haven't, potato. We haven't. Holy crap, we haven't even watched 1 second. No, we haven't.
yeah,
Anyway, can I
hour
give
in.
my? I was trying to lead us to that, but can I explain my position on this real quick because it
Sure.
actually is important to the video.
Yeah.
So Batman theoretically could have a story where his parents aren't killed, but still have the same themes of justice and revenge and fear, or whatever themes you would relate to Batman. That could still happen. That kind of is what happens with Spider-Man in these movies, because Uncle Ben is never directly related, but it still does an excellent job at portraying great power equals great
Well,
responsibility, as I think I go through in the comment I made, and will probably go through later. Um,
I would say that with Batman and Superman specifically, Superman is special because Krypton is destroyed and he's the only survivor. Well, one of the few survivors because other Kryptonians survive. But anyway, and he's sent to Earth. Earth. If you made a story where Krypton doesn't blow up, then why should he go to Earth? It's kind of that. Like it's the core of the backstory. If Batman doesn't lose his parents, he doesn't have the motivation for why he fights. The evils of the world. His parents' death is the motivation that mm, that the bind. It's the glue
Right,
that
right. I
keeps
get what you're
his
saying. I
character
get what you're
whole.
saying. It's the essence. It's very essential to
If for,
character and the myth of the character. But
if you
here's the
if you take like a small character that is not really that relevant, like an absolute nobody, and then you change, like let's what I- what is his name? That
we could just say
villain.
Harley Quinn again. What is like the thematic, I
Well,
don't know,
but
essence of Harley Quinn's character?
Harley Quinn is very popular, so I don't want to use her. I would like to use someone
Um,
really,
a nobody
really.
character. Okay.
Or
Let's say
Mad
What about
Hatter?
no. Let's say Man Bat. Let's say Man Bat.
No,
You change.
no,
Yeah, okay.
okay, fine.
You say you change Man Bat, and how much would people care? Well, some people would care because like you're.
I don't think it matters personally, but go ahead.
I mean, more pe- a lot of people will not care that much if a Man Bat would be change a bit or something when
Yeah,
his
or like
backstory.
Electro. Like there's a reason like he's kind of different in each
Um, I mean,
universe.
yeah,
Like,
but Electro
Electric
is
eels, man.
I mean,
well, I'm talking about like he wasn't a fanboy of Spider-Man in the comics, but no one cared when they changed him into that.
I mean, people said that it's pretty stupid that he got his power from electric eels. I mean, it is pretty
And that
dumb.
I
it
mean,
filled the gap in his teeth, but
Yeah,
anyway,
Tasm
the fact that
too.
Lizard.
Spectacular Spider-Man did that way better.
Well, I'm saying this about
yeah.
older
Like
and new
gap in the
characters.
teeth moment.
Well, I think
Personally,
I could just start.
personally, I I know that probably none of you will understand what I'm saying, but
Oh, I
I'm
do,
a,
I do.
I'm personally a big Transformers fan, and a lot of the comics, TV shows sometimes highlight a really underrated character, uh,
Yeah,
or they take a name of a character and then apply it to a completely different character that doesn't resemble them, and don't look like them. They don't have the same personality, but but then
yeah,
they become a fan favorite, for example. And then what if
yeah.
you want to use in a comics? Would you use his original look, or would you use the newer look and personality that is more uh, uh, you know
Yeah, yeah,
it's
whatever.
the fan favorite.
I would say whatever would fit the story you want to tell, I guess.
I mean, yeah, but
Um,
what
I can
one one
respond to your Superman example if you want, but
yeah, yeah.
oh, okay. So you could still tell like the themes of Superman of him being like a beacon of hope for humanity, or like you could even have him be like raised as a normal human being. Like you could. I can't believe I'm saying this, but you could do it like Man of Steel, where Krypton sucks, so his parents send him to Earth. We can learn like the better ways of being a human being, or something like that. Like you could still have all the same themes, just without Krypton exploding. I don't think an adaptation is an unfaithful adaptation of something if it doesn't have specific events happening in it. By the way, real quick, I think we all agree on this. Even if like the Tom Holland trilogy was unfaithful to Spider-Man, they would still be good movies. Like regardless of that, right? Like we agree on that.
Yeah,
Like it doesn't matter.
I will say, like, I had a moment as a kid where it's like, man, Homecoming was like not what I was used to as a Spider-Man. But
Yeah,
the more I watched it, the more like I kind of like got like I liked it.
yeah,
Realizing, I guess
Well,
that
I,
it
I
doesn't
would
matter. It's
li-
the story that counts.
yeah,
yeah,
I would like to propose a counterpoint, one
yeah,
that
yeah.
a lot of people bring up. And a good example that probably fanboy knows about is the Halo show that recently came out. Uh, a lot of
Uh-oh.
people are saying that the Halo show is that doesn't really have do well. It's not really connected to the games. It's not even in the same timeline, and it doesn't really resemble Halo.
Writers
Doesn't
said
really,
they didn't play the games and just talked
yeah,
about the
yeah,
lore.
and
God damn
and
it.
a lot of people would look at it as you created a story and then you just slapped Halo on it and you slapped Master Chief on it, and you're telling a story that isn't really about Halo. It's just a story you made, and then you're using the Halo license as something which would make a lot of people
Or sales.
more interested in it.
That's
So
exactly what that World War Z movie was.
yeah,
But
yeah,
go ahead.
yeah, yeah, exactly. That's another great example. And then what's the point of creating an adaptation when you don't really adapt anything about it? That's kind of the issue, and I kind of understand that maybe
Well,
you're a fan of a niche comic book character, and then they finally get to be on a TV screen, and they they're nothing like the original. Like Taskmaster is a good example. He's not niche.
Right.
He's really popular, but he's not. She's not
Yeah.
the same as he is in the comics. So we c-
That's a good example of your point, actually. But
so we can't really
that's
say
just
that
the
the
bad. That's just the bad
because
adaptation.
because Taskmaster in that fucking Black Widow movie that I regret seeing, he's not she's not even like, well, he's like a bounty hunter, right? Like he's kind of like Boba Fett.
he's a
Yeah.
mercenary
Yeah, that's the word.
that
That's the
can
word I meant.
copy any move. Well, any fighting style, any stance, he can copy anyone perfectly.
Yeah, in the movie, she's literally just like an android controlled by the fat incel dude.
Well,
with no
Yeah.
personality at all, with no like relation to what Taskmaster even was at all. That's actually a really good example to your point. You know what? If I was saying not as a movie but as an adaptation, that would be a dog shit adaptation of Taskmaster because it has no connection at all.
But
What I was talking about were like things that still had the themes of the original character, just not the important events, as in Krypton being destroyed, Batman's parents being killed. Well,
I
the
mean, yeah, but
Taskmaster in Black Widow doesn't have the themes of whatever Taskmaster would have in the comics, so
I mean, you could. I mean, Batman's theme is so connected to the death of his parents that you could rewrite it to the way that maybe they didn't die uh, right in front of him. Maybe they died somewhere else, but in some different
doesn't
way.
it doesn't no,
But
it doesn't
yeah,
have to be the death of his parents necessarily. It just has to be something that makes him want to seek revenge and or justice on
yeah,
the
yeah.
criminals of Gotham City. Like it could be any it just has to be like a crime. Like it just has to be crime that did it.
Like I know that the MCU has changed. I think that MCU has changed a lot of the characters, and I, I kind of get that people hate it. But then this is the kind of the issue. The comic, there's so many comic books, different universes, different writers. The
Yeah.
stories. Some of them are connected. Some of them are just fillers. Some of them are retconned. It's so hard to choose which ones to adapt and all that. So
Right. Like the Ultimate comic universe and the 616 comic universe, you kind of have to decide which you're adapting from
like
there. And they usually mix the two, but
for
anyway,
example, I have I think like two issues of X-Men, and they're from like I think like the 161 universe where like Storm is evil. She kills Wolverine, uh, Rogue,
that was
and
actually
Night. Yeah,
done in X-Men Apocalypse as well,
yeah. And
which
for
was
example,
kind of a shitty movie, I'll be honest.
yeah. For example, Rogue
yeah.
and Nightcrawler, they change powers. So Rogue is the blue one with the teleportation powers, while Nightcrawler is the one with the absorption powers. And there's some of these changes that I enjoyed, but it is an technically an Elseworlds story that is similar to the main universe, but is different. What if
Right.
someone would like to make an adaptation of this story? Would it be disrespectful for example, Storm fans for changing her into a villain that kills Wolverine? Would it be disrespectful to her character, or would it be faithful if she to this
Well,
one comic?
I mean, that makes me think like, I mean, comics are always going to be trying new things with characters, and I don't see
Yeah,
what's wrong with that.
that's what
But
the Nerdrotic said that in the 90s it was we are killing this character. This is the big event. This character is going
Yeah,
to die
Incredible
for life.
Hulk.
Yeah, and then in this day and age, it's we're changing this character into a completely different person, and we're not keeping anything from the original. So, and that's why
right.
That's literally
and
like the Incredible Hulk syndrome. Like, the Hulk's character, like, from if you watch the Incredible Hulk movie to just the Avengers, he's nothing like that character anymore.
Well,
I,
Bruce
I mean,
Banner.
yeah, but they are doing things like giving the mantles to different people. Like Iron Man was killed off and then was replaced by Ironheart. Uh, who else was changed?
The Hulk,
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
like, there isn't even the
Captain
Hulk anymore. It's
Oh
just Bruce Banner as the
yeah,
Hulk.
Captain America was killed and was given to either Winter Soldier or
It was Falcon.
Falcon.
It was
Yeah,
Falcon.
I think both of them had like the
And the
Captain
Winter Soldier
America
and
name.
Falcon, fucking stupid. Don't call them terrorists after they blew up a fucking building
I
and
mean,
killed
I'm talking
people.
of. I know that they.
Right.
I know they did it in the TV show, but they also did it in the comics. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, they're doing the
And
Falcon Captain America thing right now.
Yeah.
yeah,
Should we get closer back to the
yeah.
subject?
We should probably start with the video already.
Well, the reason I said the man-child thing, right? The reason I even brought that up is that I think we'll see it in Anomaly's video. That's basically all I wanted to say. We'll see the Raimi rage, dude. Fanboy and I already saw some of it, but
Yeah. Oh my God! When the part when Peter says have a heart.
Oh no, hold on. Well, I wasn't even thinking about that part. I was thinking about something else, but
Oh, the universe
Fanboy.
one.
Uh,
Were you talking about the
yeah.
multiverse?
You dare continue
Yeah.
the continuity of the Raimi films?
Yeah, the Holy Land.
Desecration to Holy Land, as Infinite Retro said, but
I mean, I kind of understand that in the recent years, a lot of movies are are sequels, and then they fuck up, with the story, like Terminator Dark Fate. So I understand being cautious about, a lot of these sequels and remakes and all that. So I kind of
yeah,
get it,
I guess he's
but I
still a
think that
Raimi cuck though.
but I still think that Raimi fans have it really well that they get all this fan service, all this good stuff, while other fans get nothing but pissed on by those
Yeah.
sequels.
Raimi
So
fans piss on us or piss on the internet all the time. Well, they really just piss on the movie. Oh yeah. One last thing before we start. The Tom Holland trilogy is better than the Raimi trilogy, objectively in all ways. Anyway.
Yeah. Definitely
Yep.
agree on
it is more consistent,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
definitely.
We can all agree. We're all in agreement here.
And you know
Put our
what?
hands down on the table.
And you know what? I think it's better as an adaptation of Spider-Man because it goes more into great power equals great responsibility, especially
Yeah, it was
this
really
movie.
the three movies were like his origin story, like his growing up phase.
Yeah, these movies tackle great power equals great responsibility a lot better than, or like more than the Raimi films, and I think we'll talk about that later.
A lot
but-
more in a
Uh,
lot more into detail.
I just want to ask, isn't there supposed to be a TV show about MCU Spider-Man that's like a prequel to the MCU Spider-Man movies?
Hold on, I have to use
what was it called?
Like, is it an animated one?
I think so. I have to use the bathroom. Do you want to pause the recording, or do you guys just want to
Spider-Man
talk?
freshman or whatever, freshman year.
Freshman years, that's it.
So they can fuck up still with the
Yeah,
trilogy.
they're about to fuck this up big time.
Well, regardless, this trilogy will still be amazing.
All right, I'll pause it and then we'll get to the video. We're done with the farm cast talking points. Alrighty, Anomaly Inc. Finally. Thanks for waiting.
Time to
we had
put
our
this
we're actually a podcast. We talk. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The entire world's about to forget that Peter Parker is Spider-Man.
Oh no. Disney's gonna kill us.
That's not how the spell works. It's very difficult and dangerous to change.
I also posted a second video that Sony's trying to censor my video.
Alright, so we know how.
So why exactly didn't you just ask
this
Doctor
is the
Strange
middle,
to
isn't it?
erase Mysterio?
Wait, what?
So why?
Oh, this is the beginning.
Yeah,
He just started talking randomly. It was weird. Bit of a weird introduction, but...
Anomaly Inc, man.
So why exactly didn't you just
Wait.
ask Doctor Strange
Father,
to erase?
please?
Oh my
No.
god.
Go back like a second.
Okay. Here.
So
Wait. Father, please. Can we just take a second to appreciate his avatar, though? It's like a rejected Sonic the Hedgehog OC.
It's like no, it's just a rejected Sega character in general.
He has
think
the
it-
Sonic smirk.
I think it used to be just an emoji.
Yeah,
It was
used to
better
be.
then. It was better then. Why does he have stab knife knuckles?
Yeah, man.
Why does his hat have a
Yeah.
question mark on it?
He's
What
the
does that
Riddler.
mean?
Oh,
Why does he have fingerless gloves? You're not supposed to
I
wear
thi-
that.
I
That's
think
cringe,
he has.
bro.
I think he has this avatar because when he was making, videos where he's showing his face, he had that hat with a question mark and he wore glasses. I think that's the reason that he kept it.
Dude, he's the Riddler.
Kept the look.
Oh,
Maybe.
okay.
He's the
Oh.
Riddler.
I think he mentioned it in some of the podcasts that I watched. I think.
Well.
By the way, we stole our overlay. Like, we saw him, and Fanboy was like, wait, why don't we have that?
Yeah, we're like, we
have
could do that.
I mean, we have our own avatars too. They weren't drawn until now, but I feel like I kind of have them as just like a cute little thing. Like I don't. Like, I feel like his avatar is actually trying to be cool, like a Sonic avatar is. But
Yeah,
anyway,
my avatar has a gun. That's all.
Yeah.
I don't have fingerless gloves. What the fuck?
yeah,
I'm doing it all wrong, man.
yeah. Your avatar is like
why
Shadow the
exact-
Hedgehog, dude. And even
I
and
know
that's
that.
somehow
I think
less
that's what
cringy.
that was referencing.
Yeah, that's somehow less cringy than his avatar, though.
Didn't you
This is
just
who I
ask
am.
Doctor Strange to erase Mysterio from everybody's memory?
Oh, I don't know how. Okay, that's a stupid point. We don't even know how if that's how the spell works. Like,
The
what
movie
if
should
Mysterio
address why that wouldn't work, though. To be
Yeah,
fair,
but like maybe
Wait.
Mysterio would have to be there. Well, otherwise, why would Peter have to be at the spell?
No, you're looking at
Makes
this.
sense, but-
You're giving him way too much credit. This
Oh.
wouldn't work. This wouldn't work. He would just erase the information that Mysterio existed. The information
Oh.
that the Peter Parker is Spider-Man would still be out in the world.
Oh my god! You're
Oh
right.
yeah.
Not only that. Think about how fucked up it is. Like look at what Peter has to go through when he erases himself from the lives of everyone. Not Mysterio's family, all his friends would not remember him. He would.
Yeah, but there would be a
He would
shock
lit-
drive.
Not
of
only that,
Mysterio still.
it would be like killing a person for real. There would be no memory of him. It would be
Yeah.
even worse, and it would not fix anything.
Yeah,
That
and
is true.
there's still the
Right.
shock drive of Mysterio existing.
Yeah, but I mean, I just imagined like the video of Spider-Man being like his identity being revealed would still be there. It's just Mysterio would be invisible. The camera would just pan on Peter saying "execute them all." Still, he would still be framed for that because he was framed for the London Bridge attack. He would still be
And-
framed for that.
And even if that is erased, that information that Peter Parker is Spider-Man would still be, it would still exist on the internet and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is sorry.
Dumb point,
That's-
Anomaly. Dumb point.
That's why.
Rage.
That's why
Okay.
he says that he wants to erase the information that the Peter Parker is Spider-Man. That's why he chooses that specifically. Well, Doctor
Yeah.
Strange says it. Because Peter doesn't really talk about with him, about the spell.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Rage,
this
you
this
made
point,
some ex-
this point, like, it's so stupid.
Rage, you made some excellent points on like Anomaly. I didn't even consider the fact that Peter would be wiping Mysterio from existence from his friends and family. I didn't even think about how fucked up that would be.
Well, think about it. Like,
They don't
even
give a
if
shit.
someone dies, you still have the memories of them to remember them, and as long as you remember someone, they are still somehow alive in that world. So
Yeah.
no one will
Come
know
on.
anything about. It's really fucked up that spell. It's,
I think
when-
Anomaly would probably agree on that spell. Ironically, kill them all.
Oh,
the
or do you
memories.
mean sending the villains home, or asking people to forget who he is?
Who
Spell.
Mysterio is? Actually, no. He just said he was open to that idea. What the fuck? What am I saying?
Yeah. I have said in the past that like if these guys were in the same situation, they would do the same shit as Peter. But we'll probably get to that in a sec.
I mean, yeah, if you just erased, the memory of everyone, the Peter is Spider-Man, it would make the least amount of damage because it's a recent information that can still be erased.
Yeah.
Like if the whole thing that Peter is erased from everyone's memory, that a lot of history would be erased. A lot of thankfully, like Aunt May is dead, Tony is dead, so if it would be more fucked up if they would still be alive and they would not be able to remember, like Peter. So
Yeah, shitty points, honestly, from Anomaly Inc. here.
yeah,
Anomaly tried to start the video out running on his criticisms, and then he flopped on his fucking face.
Splat.
And it's muted.
I
No
know.
problem.
Oh,
Copyright music.
It's not Mysterio.
What? Wait, what?
Go back.
What is
What's the
going
funny-
on? Wait, what's going on? Ah! 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 Ah!
Oh, yeah!
Ah!
Fucking cool ass
Ah!
intro, man.
What
What's
the
the
fuck?
funny
It's
part,
playing
though?
fucking GTA music.
He always plays that. That's his theme song.
Yeah. Also,
He
he
taints
also
that
uses it.
music. He taints it.
He-
You feeling
also
how
uses it
cool
in-
he is yet?
No.
He also uses it in his outros. I think I remember he kept using it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jesus.
So that's some Jared Genesis shit, to be honest. That
Welcome back to the channel, everyone. It's your pal
On the
Nom here, and
GTA.
I'm back talking about the latest dumpster fire to hit the rotting core of the ever-declining and creatively bankrupt Marvel Cinematic Universe, and this movie went in balls deep to prove the latter on this one.
Hello, Peter.
Spider-Man No Way Home is without a doubt the most anticipated and hyped movie of 2021. It's also one of the messiest and poorly constructed movies in the Marvel Cinematic Universe to date. However, it's also, for a number of different reasons, a very enjoyable
has
film that
this
will likely be...
the fuck? Who's calling me?
Oh,
Has that
Give
Toby
a call.
Awaken shit the whole video?
yeah.
Again.
It's gonna get good. This is just the intro here.
Again, very cringy to me, but
But
He's
how
making
can
some like
well,
MCU declined meme where
I mean, yeah, it is really declining. But how can you say that when Black Widow exists?
how can you
Captain-
say that
Captain
when
Ma-
Spider-Man
Cap-
2 exists? That's
Captain,
part of the MCU.
you have Captain Marvel, Black Panther, Black Widow,
Endgame, even.
Endgame, Loki,
Yeah.
WandaVision, Captain, Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
we have a whole bunch.
You have all these things that shit on everything, and then you say that the one movie that doesn't character assassinate the characters is one of the worst in the
Yeah, No Way
MCU.
Home, surprisingly, is the worst.
I can see that you would put it probably not really high up, because if we would be looking at it like with consistency and the rules, because reality still gets fucked up a bit.
Because again of that spell, right? Like, why could
Yeah.
like, we should probably ask some questions about it. Like, why couldn't Doctor Strange use it on Thanos, for example? And I think Fanboy did that well. That you seem to like you need to be in that room area, and also the person needs to be with you to be able to do it. Of course, the movie should say that, but
Let's look at it. If he could like do it on long range, if he erase, wait, what would
What did
he
he
erase? He would
accomplish?
Thanos'
we would
memories
he would
of-
erase Thanos' memories of his plan, basically. That would
Yeah.
probably, and however, if what would he would probably need to erase Thanos' whole existence, because his entire planet dies. This is his lifelong.
Yeah, that's the
uh,
problem. They don't think about
problem. Well, yeah, the people writing these movies a lot of the time don't think about some of these things.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
if
'cause they're on a
you would
deadline.
erase this, if you would erase this plant, you would probably kill most of Thanos. Basically, would erase most of his memories, and you would.
Doctor Strange probably wouldn't care about that morally, but it still
No,
feels
no.
weird that it works like that. But
I mean, if it would work, then yeah, it would work like that. But yeah,
like the thing is, like again, like if you just say make him forget about his plan, you would have to like erase most of his memories for that to work. Like it feels.
I'm trying to think like when would he cast the spell in
Also-
Infinity War? Would he have time to cast it? And would, like, because they are galaxies away from each other, would the spell work even on such a long distance?
I don't think you would have the time to put it like on Titan on the Titan
Also,
fight.
he has the
No,
time spell, and again, I'm just gonna debunk this. He has the time spell, and he says we only win one time, and that's what the end game thing is.
Yeah, but that's bullshit.
implying that-
Even in the universe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
But I'm just
mean,
looking at it because Doctor Strange, Spider-Man, and Iron Man are traveling in that ship. So would they before they crash into Titan. So would they have enough time to cast a spell on the ship before they crash? And even then, they are still
They can't.
they still. I'm more looking at it.
Well,
I don't think it would work on on such a long distance from. Well,
Well, here's
because
the thing.
Thanos has to uses the stone that lets him teleport across the universe to get to them, and then he fights them. So he can't, cast it because he needs to be in a calm environment, like we see in No Way Home. He needs to prepare it really precisely. So
Yeah.
in the middle of a battle, he's either too far away, or he would have to cast it in the middle of a fight, which I don't see being possible.
Yeah, I think the
So either
explanation.
there is a range limitation, or uh, you need to be calm, and the person needs to be right next to you that is affected by the spell.
I think the explanation that he can't, like, again, he needs to be in the mystical chamber room. I forgot what it was called, and the person needs to be right there. I feel like that kind of takes away like the problems and why it wasn't used before, but it still should be
Uh,
explained in the movie. It still
I
stretches it a bit, but
but
stretches it a lot.
wait, but Doctor Strange uses the spell at the end of the movie. At the
Oh
top
shit!
of
Oh,
you know. So
that can't be the
first of
room
all,
then.
alright. He can't cast the spell anyway. It's not even on the ship because he needs to do it in the tomb.
but he
Because
uses
if he
it at
tries to
the
do it
end,
in.
so he
Well,
doesn't
Yeah,
need to be in that specific location.
well,
He
no,
can
because he needs
do
to
it.
do it in the tomb because otherwise it's just gonna fucking do what it did when it fucking blew up.
I mean,
At the
yeah.
end of No Way Home.
It
Like at
worked
that
fine
point,
when he
because
used
the
it at
what
the end.
what it does is like the spell, when it's in the tomb, like when everything breaks around them, it doesn't like fucking fuck up the world. But
Oh right, makes sense.
so like in No Way Home, we saw like this what happens if the spell wasn't in the tomb and like the sky was fucking breaking and shit, and he had to like do some like spells to make sure the sky doesn't fucking tear open.
It was breaking because the spell was starting to like fade and the villains were starting to come through.
Yeah,
But
but here's
but
the
you're
thing, like
saying if
who's to say like this spell wouldn't go wrong for them if they did do
that
this?
makes
Like
sense because
this
if doing
spell
no,
actually is pretty dangerous.
right,
Um,
because if the spell does like break reality, then it makes sense that you have to do it in the tombs. Then, um, yeah, it makes sense. Again, the problem with this is that it should be explained better. I'll accept it that it's flawed. It definitely stretches. Like even if it's not technically a plot hole, it stretches very close to that line. But
Also,
again,
I don't think Thanos is a thing to be. There's also another point where people are like, "Why don't you just cure Thanos?"
you can. It's
He,
just his
You
he's
would
mentality.
his whole he's not an
you would
accident.
you know just like I said, you would erase most of his memories because he's
Yeah, there we
kind
go.
of
We cured him.
and if you do that, you would kill a person. He would
Yeah,
lose a lot of his life because he's really old. So
he called like
you,
brain rape or something. I think. But
so you can't really cure him. Unlike what if tries to say that, oh yeah, Black Panther can, I mean T'Challa can just convince Thanos that that fucking
oh yeah,
show.
that's in the What If show. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, but we can use what if what's the term? What if uh maybe it's a Malabo. I don't know how we call it. Basically, where we try to think of a solution that is not presented in the movie. We try to connect some of the dots.
Yeah.
We try to fix the problem. Maybe ism, is that how it's called?
Yeah.
What if ism?
Oh, what aboutism?
What
Or
about ism? Yeah, what about
what
ism? We can
aboutism
we
is a
can use it to think of some solutions that are plausible, but it's not a concrete answer, and it is an issue in the movie. It's not completely world shattering, if another Marvel movie addresses it, we can be completely fine. However, probably most of us here don't really care about the Marvel uh, universe
Mhm.
anymore because
Yeah,
it's been completely destroyed. So yeah,
yeah,
um,
yeah. I would. I forgot what I was gonna say.
Yeah, Marvel's fucked.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
yeah. Uh,
okay.
saying something about the spell, but I forgot now. God damn it.
Here's the thing here. I think
Oh, I'll remember.
the
I
point
remember.
of just Thanos in general, like it's dumb. It's dumb. I'm sorry, dumb
I was
point.
gonna. Right. I was gonna say. See, you notice how like we can't do this for like the problems in like Loki and shit. Like we can make arguments for it for the spell. It's just still flawed. Like it still stretches. I
Like
don't know.
no,
Reality.
problem is that Loki contradicts everything and it destroys the entire multiverse of Marvel. It
Yeah.
like you can't you can't
Like you can't compare No Way Home to the
you can't
other.
defend Loki. That's the issue with Spider-Man. There is enough information that we can make assumptions and use whataboutism, but
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. It's not the same. It's not a fair comparison. Since we're talking about it, we should probably mention what we think the other flaws in the movie would be. One, probably the biggest flaw in my subjective opinion is that like Doctor Strange just does the spell wrongly. Like the way it happens in the movie, he like rushes Peter into doing it immediately and doesn't fully like he should have gave Peter like 10 minutes, and I think Anomaly even points this out. 10 minutes to think about how he would want to word the spell exactly. Because if he did, then the problem of Peter keep changing the spell wouldn't have happened then. See, that's
yeah.
the problem I have, is all these fucking, again, man-childs, they like, fucking stupid Peter! Shut up, kid! Just let him do the spell! Like, as if they realized that their entire, like, their family would forget major parts of their experiences with them, and might not their girlfriend might not even be dating them at that point. Like, they
Yeah.
wouldn't speak up as if they wouldn't speak up at all. Oh, shut the fuck up, fucking dipshits. But like it's all Doctor Strange's fault, to be honest, in that there is no defense for that really. Uh,
I mean, yeah, like Peter doesn't understand how any of this work. You can't really expect the an engineer. No, that's a bad comparison. Basically, you have some you have a teenager and then you try to make them work with a rocket. You can
yeah.
you you well, or you want to you. No, that's a bad comparison. Forget about that I said anything.
That's
Uh,
all right. I get what you're saying. Can I try to make what I think you're
yeah,
saying?
yeah, yeah.
You can't like well, I think you're gonna say like you can't like put an engineer in like a science class and expect him to act perfectly, something like that. Right? I don't know.
Well,
A history teacher in like a math class or a science class. There we go.
it's more no, it's more it's a bit different because he's requesting this from Doctor Strange. So it's like someone who, for example, is not an artist trying to uh, commission an artist to do something, but
Yeah.
they are doing it for the first time. They don't really understand, so the artist has to explain how much this costs and all of that. So,
Exactly. Doctor Strange didn't do that
however,
properly. So yeah.
however, it with the Doctor Strange situation is like if you said like what you want from the artist, and then the artist just draws it without any explanation, and then when you're not satisfied with the art, the artist would be get pissy at you. That well, well, you fucked up. You didn't say me how you wanted it, even though they didn't really explain. They just started drawing without any explanation from the one.
Exactly. Excellent analogy, I would say. So again, all the dipshits we've seen, and they pretty much all do this. I don't know if Anomaly blames Peter for the spell going wrong, but pretty much
Yeah,
everyone else does. Oh, great. You're all dipshits for that. You're just Raimi cucks that hate Tom Holland because of Iron Man. You're all pathetic. But Doctor Strange is at fault, and that's a pretty big flaw with the movie.
Valid.
Another flaw of the movie is we don't know what happens with the villains, so that leaves us to ask a lot of questions at the end of the movie. And other than that, I think that's all the flaws the movie has. I believe.
Yeah, the big flaws is the spell, Doctor Strange, and the ending. What happens to all the characters? So
Alright.
you got these three big problems that are not real well explained or are handled poorly.
Yeah, only 3 flaws, unlike Spider-Man 2. Anyway, we can continue if you want.
But, okay. Also, we're gonna be stuck with this shit right here. The Tobey Awakened shit for the entire video, so I hope you like seeing Tobey Maguire.
As well as the trailer. He repeats the trailer.
Yeah.
80% of the movie. The video.
Yeah.
I hope you liked the trailer. Hope
I
you like
do,
Toby.
actually.
Majority of audience members. Though, however, on the flip side, I've heard some disgruntled fans refer to this movie as the Last Jedi of Spider-Man films. But actually, and this
I want to
may
debate
just
those people.
surprise some of you,
Yeah,
I
what
highly
the
disagree
fuck?
with that notion. The Last Jedi was a writing nightmare, but it was also actively trying to spit in the face of its audience. Spider-Man No Way Home, on the other hand, I'd say is far more akin to The Force Awakens, a movie shrouded in secrecy right up until its release, baiting hype and anticipation from encouraging endless fucking fan theories from its audience due to how it was marketed, while using nostalgia and only nostalgia as its key selling point. By digging up relics of the past,
Only nostalgia.
made
Stop.
by other creators,
Stop.
and insert.
I both agree and disagree. I agree that the nostalgia is the big part of the marketing. However, the whole point is that Peter's identity is revealed, and he has a lot of issues in his life, in his personal life. So that also got marketed, where he has to handle, his life now that he's been exposed. So yeah, the big part is that everyone focuses on the fan service, but however, we know what the story is. Unlike with the Force Awakens, we don't really know where the story is going, what the story is about, from the trailers.
Yeah, potatoes have to eat lunch. He'll be back in like 10 or something. Anyway, that's
Nostalgia.
the thing. Well, actually, I believe I discovered like the trifecta of No Way Home criticism that has like a bonus tier or something. It's like, Peter should let people die. Like one of them CGI. They talk
CGI.
about that.
Nostalgia.
They talk about that. Fan service is one of them. I feel like I'm forgetting one, but it doesn't matter. About the fan service thing, the reason I hate this criticism is like the reason I love this movie, the main reason. It has nothing to do with the shit from other movies. It has to do with Peter's character arc. Peter making like the ultimate sacrifice at the end. Just because it was the right thing to do. I think I explained this actually in my comment better, but like it love the fact that Peter really does show great power equals great responsibility in a way, because even though his life was ruined and his Aunt May died from not killing the villains, as Aunt May said, it was still the right thing to do. It was still the responsible thing to do, and he would still do it again.
I think. No, continue.
Yeah, real quick. The fact that he gave up his. By the way, the characters Ned and MJ have nothing to do with the other movies, but I felt for him so bad that he had to give up his family like that just to do the right thing for the multiverse. That's why I love this movie.
Also,
the shit from other movies, that's secondary, but
it also fights with that too. Like when Goblin killed Aunt May, Peter doesn't even mention Norman's name. He just wants to kill him, and like when he got all the cure stuff, he named them all, and when he saw Norman's, he never even named it or even like wanted to mention it.
And Toby picked up on that.
And Toby picked up on that. It was like looked at him and was like, I think I know. I've been thinking about it a long time, and I think I figured out a reason to cure Norman Osborn. And Tom didn't say anything, and Toby looked at him and said, "We got to cure all of them. It's what we do."
That's the second reason I love this movie is payoffs like that, because Tobey Maguire, when he was stopping Peter 1 from killing the Green Goblin, it's great because it references his arc in Spider-Man 3, where he had to learn that vengeance is wrong and that you can always make a choice to be better, and that's what he was trying to like convey to Peter through a look.
Both Spider-Man really help with that. Like Andrew stopped the griefing, the grief point. Andrew Garfield was able to like overcome his grief to help save Peter 1's MJ when he couldn't save his Gwen, and he was able to have like a brotherhood with the other Spider-Man. And you know what's great about these payoffs, right? You can't compare this to The Force Awakens either. The Force Awakens just repeated shit from the original movies. It didn't like completely expand on the character arcs of the other characters like this movie actively does, but
I would say it devolves a lot of the characters in The Force Awakens. Like Han is back to being a smuggler. He loses all of his development from the original trilogy. Leia does nothing. Luke does nothing. R2D2 is turned off through the entire movie, even though the whole point that George was trying to do that he's always watching. Like R2D2 is like kind of the historian looking at all of these events.
Exactly. Force Awakens doesn't deserve to lick the ball sweat of No Way Home.
Yeah, like Toby. Ironically, Toby was like the big brother in like that group, and he was the one talking to Tom and Andrew, and helping them try to get over it. And also Toby, and we also get to see Toby's problem with the revenge thing. But, like, it seems like he overcome everything, whereas they were still on their point of, like, they really needed someone to talk to.
Yeah.
Like, because, like, Andrew's like, no, I'm kind of lame compared to you guys, and, like, Toby, like, reassured that he was amazing.
Exactly. It's so wholesome.
I mean, when Toby cures Sandman, there is no hostility there, you know?
Exactly.
There is no... anger or anything like that.
And also, Peter 3 was able to make amends with Electro too.
So here's how I thought of it. It was like Toby Peter. He was like the calm, more like optimistic one, right? Whereas Andrew was more of the teeter totter, where he was still in the grieving point, and was still trying to be that friendly neighborhood Spider-Man but he couldn't, like, he didn't pull his punches now. And, like, Tom was, like, at that point of being both Toby and Andrew, where it was revenge and the grieving point. Where, so, like, and if it wasn't for Andrew stopping, like, MJ's death, the grieving point wouldn't teeter all the way down, and then the revenge point would have succumbed him, like he would have became the villain.
Yeah, here's the main difference I would put it between The Force Awakens and No Way Home. But No Way Home makes the payoffs in the original movies better, like, while The Force Awakens makes it worse. For example, when you see the ending of Return of the Jedi, you now know, Han and Leia will be divorced in 30 years. The Empire will come back in 30 years. All of this wasn't for nothing. Han's going to go back to a selfish smuggler, doesn't care about the galaxy or anything else. Well, in this movie, Peter 3 makes amends with Max Dillon, who in The Amazing Spider-Man 2, it forgot that, like, after Max turned to the dark side, Peter's just like, fuck you, and killed him, and didn't give a shit.
Well, it was like he stopped him one time, let some government guys take him, they didn't even fucking care.
Yeah, it improved on that. Again, what...
Like, I'm pretty sure, I think, like... What they probably wanted to do with that story was, like, when Spider-Man defeated him, he would take Electro and try to, that would have been a cure story. But no, we had to have Gwen deaf and Goblin.
Yeah, you're right. Again, like Rage pointed out, Peter who used to wanted to kill Flint Marko for killing Uncle Ben now just wants to help him get home. It works so perfectly. It's such perfect payoffs of what those movies set up. Force Awakens is nothing like that.
Yeah, dumb
And you know
point
what?
again.
And it's subtle. They
Yeah,
don't really. I mean, Andrews. There is that nod that if you've seen the amazing movies, you understand why he's starting to cry and all that. But with
Oh,
something
you're
like
right.
with the Flint Marko or Green Goblin, it is subtle. If you haven't seen the Raimi movies, you wouldn't understand how important that is.
Excellent point. Excellent point. It's not. If this movie was really like Anomaly was painting it, it would be like the movie starts. Tobey Maguire is there. Know who I am or whatever the intro was. It has like all the villains show up at once. The Raimi theme starts playing. There's like pizza time. I missed the part where that's my problem.
yeah.
Just immediately. Yeah, yeah. Bad point.
All right,
Anomaly.
so let's continue. I think we already shitted on that point good enough.
Feeling when Return of the Jedi ends after watching all Star Wars films back to back. It is done. At last, it is done.
Corporate product to sell tickets, with caution thrown to the wind regarding its writing quality so long as the marketing boxes are ticked. The Last Jedi was anti-fan service. Spider-Man No Way Home, much like The Force Awakens, ejaculates fan service all over the goddamn screen, like it just got off a 14-year dry spell. And unfortunately, the writing, at least for the most part, is...
Except for, like, the first 30 minutes, or for, like, hour, when the Spider-Man don't appear. I guess the villains appear.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, the Spider-Man appear, and then, like, they're only there for, like, 30 minutes of the movie.
Yeah, and also, like, the ending, where there was no reference to other films, and it was just about the ending
The
to
rest
Tom
of the
Holland's
movie, it was
film.
just Tom Holland.
Yeah.
Like, Tom Holland
Again-
had that hour.
Again, the main reason I love this movie is Tom Holland. The second reason is how it fulfills the arcs of the other Spider-Man.
Yeah. Jesus
And the
Christ.
Tobey Awakens. The Tobey Awakens. You should have appreciated this more. Tato,
Tobey
are you back?
Awakens. God, is this what he's calling this movie?
a complete
Yeah.
train wreck. That said, there's only a handful of things I actually did enjoy about this movie, but the parts that
Did you say
were
did
good,
enjoy or
while
didn't
few and
enjoy?
far between, admittedly, I just got off a 14-year dry spell. And unfortunately, the writing, at least for the most part, is a complete train wreck. That said, there's only a handful of things I actually did enjoy about this movie, but the parts that were good, while few and far between, admittedly,
Yeah,
were
the parts
pretty
that
damn
were
good.
good.
So I don't fault anyone for walking out of this movie having had a great time. It was corporately catered to give you that experience. But that said, this movie really isn't any...
It was corporately catered. It's all corporate. It's all business.
Was
Like-
Peter's life being ruined at the end of the movie corporately catered to make me happy?
That's
I mean,
so
they can-
stupid.
I mean, they can use it to like reset the status quo for for future movies where Peter is anonymous, no one knows that he's Spider-Man and all that. So you can look at it like that. Plus all this interest in the Raimiverse as well as the Amazing Spider-Man universe. You can make
Yeah,
a
Aunt May's
spin-off
death
show and
was
all that.
corporately.
Well, now that you have a world where these villains are alive, you can technically like create a comic books, TV shows where they're alive, where the story goes into a different directions. It all depends on how they capitalize on it. If they leave it alone, all these characters return to their world, live somewhat not that terrible lives or something, or they were given a second chance, then
Yeah,
but then they can ruin it where they are going to keep bringing them back over and over again, and so it depends on what they are going to do in the future, basically.
yeah. I mean, well, I guess it would be fan service for like the dipshits. They're like, yeah, she's finally poor. Yes!
This is a good back.
Even though he actually like was poor already, the film says
Potato's
that.
back.
But
It's a good
Potato.
comeback.
yeah,
Yeah,
He's
I
finally
just-
poor. Woo! Make his own
yeah, that's
beard.
hilarious.
even though he already did that in Far From
Yeah,
Home.
yeah. What the fuck was that, sheep? I beat him up.
He made his own gear like Iron Man did, though. Ah!
sheep. I love how Sheep was killing that character he had inside. It's hard to be that. It's hard to play it as those guys.
Yeah. Thank you.
Anything to
Thank you.
celebrate as some masterpiece or whatever. Not even close. And I don't think it should come as any surprise given how the MCU has been rapidly declining in quality in recent years,
Oh my
as well as
God.
Tom Holland even publicly admitting that the Spider-Man No Way Home script was rewritten on an almost daily basis because he'd come into work and the people in charge couldn't make sense of their own plot. Now, Tom Holland didn't
Well-
say that in as many words, but based on what
What? Okay.
Yeah,
First of all-
they can't make sense of their own plot. That was just a thing by Anomaly, a little blurb.
Yeah, but
something.
first off, this is coming from Holland. We don't really know exactly if it was just the plot itself, or it was just something to me like, because here's the thing: COVID probably had a dramatic effect on this film, and like they probably had to change it because they're like, man, can we get the other Spider-Man in, and can we not? Because again, it says what happens in the Act 3. This is the act where the Spider-Man come in. Now they don't know if they're able to get Toby and Andrew, so they have to make backups just in case this doesn't go right.
Point.
Sheep, if you remember, this is kind of the same argument as the one with Mission Impossible Fallout. You know, in that.
Oh, yeah, that was like an
the one-
EFAP arc, wasn't it?
Yeah, but in that episode, like the one criticizing the movie said that, they started shooting the movie even though their script wasn't complete, and and after Tom Cruise broke his leg, they had time to rewrite it to make it as bad as possible.
Yeah.
So we really, a lot of movies have both terrible and great,
Conditions.
writing processes, process of making the movie. Like, you can't really say that this movie is terrible because, they still needed to figure out certain things with the plot, or something like The Last Jedi was immediately written, first draft, or one of the first drafts, and that I think The Last Jedi did not have any issues on the set. Like, it went smoothly, and we can't say that it's a good movie just because it had a smooth,
Well,
Exactly.
Exactly.
Exactly. Like, even if they couldn't figure out, even if they didn't know what plot they were writing or whatever the fuck he said, it still doesn't mean the movie's bad. It's just poisoning the well, which, to be fair, I kind of poisoned the well for Anomaly by pointing out the bullet shit, but...
Remember that the original Star Wars production was absolutely horrible.
I was thinking about that. I was thinking, like,
Not only that, but George also had a lot of script. Like, he had to shorten it down, and a lot of the DFs that were not used were later used in the prequels. So
yeah,
we can't really talk about this. Like, we should judge it, the final product, but we can use it like. If something is bad, we can see at the way it was made that maybe this is bad because as a reference, this is bad because the production was horrible, or maybe the director didn't know what he wanted to do, or the writer didn't know how he should write the story. Well, basically, we should judge it first and foremost on the final product.
What it is.
Then we should look at it because if this is true, if they've been rewriting it daily, then considering how good it came out, even despite some of the issues, it is still a pretty great achievement, honestly.
Honestly.
They did well. Even like Act 3 was probably like the good part, with all the Spider-Mans and all that coming.
Yeah, most of
Hey,
the issues are in the first act, so yeah, the second and third one are the best ones.
Yeah, that's like half. That's like the entire movie over the first act.
Yeah, I just had a thought, right? Would it, like, technically rewriting your script be, like, a good thing, potentially, like, on a daily basis? Because you're always, like, double-checking it to making sure everything is alright, everything's good. That could be a good thing, actually. Because, again, The Last Jedi was supposedly written in, like, a first draft.
Again,
Ask the director what happens in Act 3. I'm still trying to figure it out.
yeah,
That's very
again,
vague. We don't know
yeah,
what
that's
that means.
vague, and also like that doesn't mean that he didn't actually know what it was that he wanted to do. It was
He was probably rewriting it, probably.
I think there
Probably-
were... Sorry.
I mean, you usually have like an outline for the story, and then maybe changing things if some problems happen in the script or so, So I wouldn't. I don't think that we should be looking at it. Oh, they didn't even know how it's going to be. What the ending is going to be. I think that they were probably changing certain things, especially considering how many characters are in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't know exactly what was changed, what was kept, and all that. So
yeah,
You know,
like there were some deleted scenes with the bridge fight and like even in the first act and all that.
Or like Toby. There was like one where Toby fought Norman on the glider or whatever. But...
Yeah, there's a lot of things that were changed. Like that could have been what that could have been what he was talking about here. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway,
it's
we should
all in
probably
like
move on.
I don't even see nothing wrong now with the third act or the second act. So like
Yeah.
it all went well. It seemed.
I mean, there are
Again,
few small problems here and there, but
I think
Like how Doc
COVID
Ock,
had an
I think you
effect on
pointed
this
out.
movie. Like Sandman wasn't able
Oh,
to
yeah,
get
yeah,
in
definitely.
the studio to do his
And Dr. Connors.
scenes. He had to be CGI'd, and he had like his voice acting probably had to be in like a Zoom call.
Yeah. Dr. Connors, too.
Same with Connors.
Yeah. Anyway, we should probably move on.
But yeah.
When he did say, I gotta infer that Marvel had almost no fucking clue what they were doing with this one. Just get the nostalgia on screen, guys. I don't give a fuck how. Just get it done. Is likely what Kevin Feige
Father,
continuously
please.
shouted from the sideline.
Real quick, that's just bad faith. Just writing fan fiction about the process. You can't deem that from that. He basically... Oh, that's something a lot of... That was why I mentioned the trifecta earlier. That's something these people do a lot, is they just say the movie's just fan service, and that's it. They don't elaborate. It's not exactly what he's doing, but it's pretty much what he's doing.
I think compared to a lot of Phase 4, this movie doesn't feel like it was made by Kevin Feige. It feels like Sony had a hand, a big hand in the creation of this, because when you compare this to like Black Widow or the TV show,
Wasn't bland
Or
as
the-
fuck.
no, but it doesn't really. It's not the same. It like doesn't really insult the characters.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like the MCU Phase 4. So
Yeah.
that's basically what I'm trying to say. I don't think that,
Oh. Yeah, I guess
agree.
you're right.
because like Sony got most of the money, so I'm pretty sure that
Out of all the Phase 4 movies, this actually was like the only thing I enjoyed.
Yeah, because I think that this is more of a Sony movie than a Marvel movie, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, Sony also were responsible for Spider-Verse, which was amazing.
Yeah,
Except...
Sony's been having Spider-Mans for so long, they know the character at this point.
Yeah.
So
Also, again,
I mean-
Anomaly says later that he thinks Spider-Verse is overrated for reasons that will be pretty funny.
So I
but...
feel like anyway, like you said, I think Sony had a huge help with this one too. But
I think one. I'm trying to think.
We should
One thing that we will see is that the director of this, what was? Do you know his name or?
But John Watts.
John Watts. Yeah, he is going to direct the Fantastic Four movie. So we will see.
cool.
we will
We'll see.
we can later
Oh!
compare compare that movie with this one and see if it was the studio, if he was, if
Also,
those were studio choices or it was his choices, or we'll see basically.
yeah, I
Right.
love the Fantastic Four, so I like please be it like some like at least some good something.
At least decent. But that
Yeah,
reminds
I'm
me,
tired of these bad Fantastic Four movies.
he's saying that this is just all like these were all corporate decisions. But how do you know this wasn't John Watts' vision? You don't know that.
Yeah, somebody
Yeah.
directed it.
Everything in the Raimi movies is Raimi's vision, but everything in these
it's
movies
clear that
is
he had
corporate.
the John Watts, like as it went on, like his vision changed.
Like how how they referenced Ned's Lego Death Star from the beginning of Homecoming. I guess that wasn't a sign of vision at all. It was all just corporate
Yeah,
fans.
Electra saying, "Is this your Legos here?" That was funny as fuck.
They also have like the Death Star at the end of the movie at Peter's apartment, but
Max
yeah,
is like, "Is this your Legos here?" Implying that like literally Peter's a kid.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, like we could look at something like the Justice League movie and how that was changed,
Oh
and
God.
we can. A lot of people don't agree that the
Oh, that was so
Justice
shitty.
League.
And Justice movie, man. I remember watching that and just fucking. I'd like the entire time I was watching that movie, I was like, "Wait, what the fuck am I watching?"
Which version?
The cartoon one.
Josh. Oh. What about like the Josh Whedon one or the Snyder cut of Justice League?
The funny thing is that the EFAB and me as well, I think that the Justice League, the theatrical cut, is actually better than the Zack Snyder one. Even though the Zack Snyder one looks better, a lot of the Snyder one
Also-
has a lot of worse story decision.
Also,
Plus, it's
Snack Snyder, I call him that by the way.
Character decision. Yeah.
Likes to like make the screen square. Like,
Yeah.
It's kind of fucking annoying.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
it's just there to look at the visual art piece. It's
Arnold-
just kind of obnoxious. That's
There's
just
no real reason for it, but Arnold's face is your face right now, fanboy.
I'm just reminded of the Meme Repository's music video on the Zack
Yeah,
Snyder,
I saw that.
on the Snyderverse. That was so good.
Yeah,
Cover of Mr. Blue.
Sorry. I'm for interrupting you. I really like the EFAP DCEU arc. Those movies are dumb as fuck, but we should continue.
I'm really happy for Meme Repository. I really loved watching him even before.
I don't disagree
We
that the
sta-
movie
started
should be
it.
rated R, by the way.
Yeah. Say that again.
Like, I don't disagree that the movie should be rated R. I feel like the basis of just, like, we need to appeal to kids, too. But, like, it's also, like, that's also what's holding it back from greatness.
Yeah, but then you have someone like Wonder Woman, who in Wonder Woman 1984 she doesn't kill anyone, and then in
Yep.
the Snyder cut she
Just
people-
kill-
That's the problem.
Yeah, breaks people's skull. You see
Kicks them
their
into the
brains
fucking wall.
Yeah, you see their
Well,
brains
the thing,
scattered
though,
on the wall.
Snyder, in general, is, like, he just wants the
Edgy.
heroes to fucking kill people.
He
Like-
really did say, like, sorry, it's an interview where he was like, "What? You think your superheroes don't commit atrocities?
Yeah.
Well, you're living in a fucking dream world."
Well, I also just, like, that's just stupid to me, because when you think, like, even if the movie was rated R, you wouldn't think, like, the hero would go a little bit easier on the fucking guy. They're punching. Like, with the aliens, I get, because, you know, aliens are just, they're gonna be fucking piece of shits anyways. And there's no, like, really, like, moral saving with an alien.
It's more of an issue with a lot of dark stuff. Because if you make an entire movie that is just dark, that is rated, if a movie like that has no levity, no positive emotion, then it will desensitize you it you know, you will not really see it as a big deal, but when a movie maybe it opens pretty nicely, and then you have that shock where everything goes to shit. You know, that's why the new Suicide Squad works well. The deaths work
Yeah.
well because they're gruesome, but the movie also has like a positive message. The characters are likable, and when they die, you really feel terrible, and you want them to survive.
Yeah, well, the deaths are like supposed to be like over the top and ridiculous in that movie, but
But yeah, but someone like even Polka Dot Man is pretty sad considering that the moment before his death, he finally starts shouting, "I'm a superhero. I'm
yeah.
finally a superhero," and then he just dies. And I know that it's supposed to be comedic, but it's also really sad.
The
Yeah,
characters were really likable in that movie.
yeah. All the characters in that movie are likable, and I'm pretty sure Peacemaker, like just is just great too. We need to finish that, by the way.
Oh yeah, I forgot we watched some
So
of
yeah,
that.
Peacemaker was awesome.
The
Everyone
TV
in
show,
Peacemaker was likable. There was some. Wait, wasn't there like someone saying like it was a like someone was like, man, this bar scene like in one of the episodes of Peacemaker.
Oh,
Or
it
like,
was the.
this
It's
is obviously a
fucking woke.
message. There's no message here.
Bar Sheen is fucking woke because the woman
The
says, why do I keep getting harassed?" For
and ironically, like that's the joke. The joke was like that actually happens.
yeah. Anyway,
You're in a
probably
bar. You're a female. There's guys around there who are drunk and stuff, and they hit on you. Like that's actually a fucking thing. Like it's really real.
yeah. No, it's
I
just
don't
the
know.
woke.
Oh yeah, message.
That reminds me, I watched like Ben Shapiro's review of the Batman. I didn't watch EFAP's coverage of that yet, but I was telling it to like Fanboy, right? It was really funny. Remember, I don't remember what the points were exactly, but what were you saying, Rage?
I didn't. I don't. Didn't the EFAP dropped the Peacemaker show? Like they like watched the first two episodes and they couldn't handle any more of it, so they dropped it.
Well,
I
I
don't
don't
really
know.
remember.
I I don't know, but the points
I
of
think
like
they,
why some people don't like it is because it's cringy
um,
Yeah, I
and
not
like
much to do about that.
it's comedy, you know. Like
There's not
the
really
movie
anything.
that or the show is definitely like supposed to be just like a joke. So,
Yeah.
which I don't see
like I
no
watched
problem with that.
but I watched like the final scene where the Justice League shows up, and even and there they are like in the Snyderverse where they curse and all of that. So it
Yeah.
is weird.
I
The whole
I miss the
DC,
days
the
where
whole
Superman didn't kill no one, and they just like if someone like he just grabbed them and fly them up, and it's like
I,
you lose, and he's like, well, fuck, I guess I do.
I miss
Yeah.
I miss when Superman had a face. His suit
Yeah,
made more his face more.
yeah, he was
His
the symbol of
his
the
suit.
DC.
No, his suit made more cameos in the DC universe than his
Yeah,
actor
yeah, right.
Henry
Superman
Cavill.
did.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, his suit showed up in Shazam, also in
Yeah.
Peacemaker, as well as where did he showed up somewhere else?
no, Batman showed up in Peacemaker. I'm pretty sure.
No, Batman is the only one that didn't show up. Uh, I you had Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Flash, and Superman show up, where he was carrying someone, and then he says to them like, "You're too late, you fucking assholes," or something.
Oh. We should probably continue. We should
Yeah,
probably like, what we should do
but
maybe
I haven't
unironically.
I haven't seen it, so I don't know really what it's about. So I
But
can't really judge it.
okay, yeah, they might just have to just with the DCU or whatever, the DC Universe movie. They might aren't they like thinking about rebooting it with the Flash movie?
Yeah, it's
Maybe.
gonna go back in time or
Yeah,
something.
they just I don't know. They're doing something. Honestly I think they might be for the best.
But I fear that the success of No Way Home is going to inspire a lot of movies like it, where it's just going to be fan service, unlike No Way Homes. And I think
That's the problem. Sorry.
Honestly, I just wish like the DCU at this point is just the Batman movies, the new Batman. I wish they just go off on that and make it great and not ruin that movie ever.
Well, have you seen that, by the way, Rage?
Not yet. I will.
Oh, best superhero movie. Watch it. Good shit.
I still personally prefer No Way Home, but the Batman is like better, like objectively or whatever.
Yeah. But you're liking it. There's no problem, but like objectively, like this is like the best superhero movie. I'm not even fucking kidding.
Yeah,
that's great to hear. And it's great that you have this universe where there's only one superhero, like the Raimi, the Spider-Man, the old Spider-Man movies, or the Christopher Nolan Batman, where you can't really rely on the other characters to elevate others. However, the stories can be much more consistent because you don't have to worry about where are the Avengers during this movie, why aren't they helping,
Exactly. If the Justice League was in the universe of the Batman, I feel like it would ruin the point of the movie. It's supposed to be very realistic, but...
Batman is like the more realistic tone in the DC universe. That's the thing. Whereas in Superman, he's more the fiction over the realistic, but it's still there. Like the realism is still there.
I mean, Superman is still really human, and he has a lot of...
Like, there's a lot of, like, realistic stuff about Superman, but Batman's more of the leaning towards the realism over the fiction, and Superman's leaning more into the fiction, but still has the realism. They're, like, the opposite.
Yeah.
It's more of a fact that Batman is more... there's a tragedy aspect, while with Superman, he was raised as he was raised as a simple man.
Yeah.
Right.
Like Superman's whole thing is like trying to not become the god. He's trying to be the man.
Well, he just is the man. He just is the man. He's just an everyday person.
Like he isn't trying to go over. Like he's sort of like he's kind of like Batman. He isn't trying to like go over the limit.
Well, the Zack Snyder movies they think the opposite.
Yeah.
Superman apparently has to decide to give humanity a chance. Even
if this was the actual, if it was comic Superman, that it would have been a simple thing. Like it would have been he would have tried to save both of them.
Yeah.
He would not try to kill Zod. Even that scene where he was going to kill those people. Really, I think Superman, if that was the real Superman,
Krypton had its chance.
Where Zod tried to kill those people, the real Superman, that motherfucker would have died there. He would have took the heat blast. He would have went in front of him. I don't think he would actually kill Zod there.
I think what DC has over Marvel is that they can very easily reboot themselves, as well as do standalone movies like the Joker or the Batman. While the Marvel universe, Marvel relies on the MCU for everything. So if you get a Marvel movie that is not connected to the MCU, it's not that. You can really rely on that connection.
To be honest, we kind of got off topic there.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I actually...
Dude, but, this is, a great topic to talk about, fuck.
Yeah, unironically, should I, start, every time we pause, should I start, a 5-minute timer? And when the timer ends, we have to move on?
Yeah, we should.
Probably.
Or we're never gonna get this done.
I'll keep us focused. That will keep us focused.
We're 2 hours in.
Okay, dickhead. John Watts likely shouted back.
Alright. Direction.
What is that?
Alright.
And that's left us with the
Funny
finished product that is Spider-Man No Way Home. But enough with the introduction, let's get started, shall we? The beginning of the movie, I honestly
Enough of the
don't have
introduction.
many complaints
2 hours
about
in.
at all, really. It picks up exactly where Spider-Man Far From Home left off, which is good. It didn't take the easy way out by doing a time skip and leaving us to wonder what happened. After Mysterio frames and outs Peter Parker's identity as Spider-Man to the entire world, with the help of J.K. Simmons' J. Jonah Jameson, the first of many fictional assets poached from other filmmakers. Anyway, what happens is exactly what we would expect.
Hold on.
All
No.
All right, starting the timer now. Okay, posed from other creators. So, if like is a sequel not a was that Potato? I'm gonna assume that was Potato. Wait. let me
Timer.
pause it. Rage, are you there? Okay, you're there. All right. Resume.
Did
So-
you hear anything or?
No, Potato left, I think. Anyway. Okay.
I'm
This
not-
is putting pressure on me. Okay. No, opposed from other characters. So, is a sequel not allowed to take characters from the predecessor if it was made by someone else? Because this would be a sequel to the other movies. I know that triggers you, but hey, yeah. What do you guys have to say?
Also, fucking J. Jonah Jameson is a comic character, and just because they use an actor that was on the other movies doesn't mean shit. You're fucking. Nah.
That's actually perfectly said, fanboy. Thank you. Fucking posed from other movies.
I think now, I don't know if we should get into it right now, but I mean, this is going to get this will come up a lot of times during this review, so. But
Based.
like, Raimi doesn't own these characters. He
Right.
It's only his adaptation.
was he
of
was
them.
was he the writer? Did he write the movies or?
Wait, did Raimi write his own movies?
Yes,
Oh.
yes. Was he only the director or was he also the writer?
That's a great question. I'll check real quick.
I'm guessing he did. Let's just say he did right now. But I would just like to say this is just his adaptation of those characters. The actors are just acting the characters. I don't think it matters if different, like if the same actor played James Jonah Jameson on a different Spider-Man, like it doesn't matter. That's not Raimi's adaptation anymore.
Well,
Wait a minute, hold on. Update. Directed by Spider-Man 1. Directed by Sam Raimi from a screenplay by David Coop. So, apparently he didn't write it.
and the other ones?
Let me check. Spider...
Well,
Continue.
So
In a
okay,
way,
so then there you go.
in a way, it doesn't matter because the director's job is to manage everything, and as well as control everything, so that if the writer writes something, the director has to sign off on it. Or in a case of certain movies that are written by the big corporations, basically the story is basically the story is written up front, and then the director doesn't have any say in it, like a lot of the Marvel movies where they have to continue the story in some way, which is the reason why, for example, for Ant-Man, the original director left because his vision, he couldn't really make his vision a reality under Marvel.
Yeah. Spider-Man 2, real quick, not that it's relevant to the point, but Spider-Man 2 was written by 3 people that weren't Raimi, basically.
It shows.
Love saying that because, like, I just want maybe if Anomaly watches this, he's mad right now.
I mean, I don't know why. I always had a strange feeling about Spider-Man 2 when I watched it. Specifically the scene where he loses his powers, and he sees that people, that one person is getting beaten up, and
Yeah.
he doesn't really intervene in any way. That even as a child, that always
Yeah.
really didn't.
Yeah, I didn't like that scene
really
either.
great.
The parts where he lost his powers, I fucking hated.
I like it, but again, why did he let that person get mugged? Like, he didn't call the police or anything?
Yeah,
What
he
the
said he
fuck?
finally, like, when the building's on fire, now he does something.
Yeah, it's different because it's more dramatic, I guess.
But to the point of J. Jonah Jameson as well as the other characters that were in the previous movies, mm, it's really hard to say things like that because uh, technically, same he doesn't technically own it, but spiritually he owns these characters because he basically the director has to be okay with everything from all the other people. It's like producer, producers, actors, writers, cameraman, and all of these. For that's the director's job to
Yeah,
manage everyone. So technically, they are his creations, but also it's a whole adaptation. So he didn't technically create them. It's really
right.
hard to talk about this with movies, especially with these sorts of adaptations, because, for example, with games, it's a good, really good comparison. A lot of directors are really personally tied with certain games. Like you can't make a Metal Gear game without Kojima. You
Right.
can't. No one will accept it as a real Metal Gear game if he's not involved in any way. Because his writing style, the way he makes his games, it's so tied to him that if
Yeah.
someone that you can at most imitate him, but you cannot really like replace him. However, with these like adaptations, well, movies are there's a lot more people involved than with the video games a lot of the time, so it's more of a group effort. So I like it with some franchises. I can see it like with Star Wars, like getting a movie with no input from George Lucas. It is weird because
Yeah.
he's one of the few like big directors slash producers slash owners of this gigantic IP that where it feels still really personal. Both the original trilogy and the prequels really feel personal, and they have his own style,
Yeah, yeah.
and he owns them. He created everything about this. It wasn't a book; it was an original IP that he made. So even if he doesn't own it anymore, we still look at it as his, babies.
Yeah.
It is hard to look at it, with these comic book movies because did Stan Lee create Spider-Man? I think,
I think
did,
so. I can look that up if you want.
but
Real quick,
well,
my
anyway, but just because he created them doesn't mean that uh, now doesn't mean that every Spider if Stan Lee created Spider-Man doesn't mean that every Spider-Man has to be written by him. Every
written the
Spider-Man
same
comic
way or written the same way.
written by him basically. Now that
Yeah.
uh, it is it is not that great of an argument because of how many versions there are of you know these characters. You
Wait,
with
Spider-Man is
games,
sorry.
with games you can't really. It is really different. It is more personal when compared to movies. So
Yeah, yeah.
continue. I interrupted you. So.
Well, it's all right. I have a few things to say. Stan Lee and Steve Ditko are credited for creating Spider-Man. For the Spider-Man 3's writers, it's interesting. Apparently, that was written by Sam Raimi, Ivan Raimi, and Alvin Sargent, who I think wrote Spider-Man 2, or one of the writers for Spider-Man 2. But so that's interesting. I guess he wrote Spider-Man 3, which, huh. But what I wanted to say about the poised thing is that what I would consider something poised is again like the sequel trilogy is comparable, or just like poises music from things that like don't have the same meaning here, or just imagery for just like shallow fan service. I guess like I don't know, Darth Maul and Solo is one example. Well, in this movie, what it poises, it uses well and expands on. So I don't think it's fair to say this poises anything, but I guess we'll hear his arguments. By the way, the timer went off like 2 minutes ago, but I didn't want to stop you.
Sorry,
It's okay.
sorry.
No problem at all. I mean, we are here to have a discussion. let's not be too
I mean,
reliant on time travel.
he's going to repeat this argument a lot of times during this video, so it's better to get it.
This might be our longest video. We're not even an hour in.
Fucking hell breaks loose. Peter's life is completely changed from this day forth. Not only is his private life all but completely destroyed, but a sizable portion of the general public thinks he's guilty. This leads to public divide and protests calling for his arrest.
Right.
His family and friends are subject to interrogation by police. He has to relocate, and his hopes for a college future have all been washed down the drain. Not a single college would accept him, despite Peter being one of the smartest graduates from his high school. He's also apparently smart enough to rebuild inhibitor chips and cure Electro and Sandman's elemental plagues, but we will get to that. But unfortunately, anyone associated with
Father,
Peter
please.
is also paying.
He had help with he needed Toby and Andrew's help to create those cures, and he also had like an Iron Man like work he didn't
know how to cure.
Workbench or something like that.
He didn't know how to cure the lizard, or he didn't know how to cure Norman. Or at least he tried to, but it failed.
Well,
yeah.
Maybe Norman, the Green Goblin changed the serum that they were making, at first. Because he gets injected, but it doesn't nothing. Maybe it makes him stronger or something.
Well,
I think it maybe got rid of the Norman personality.
But I mean, no,
Yeah.
that's not possible because at the end, Norman survives when he gets cured.
I meant he was cured at that point, but it doesn't matter. He hijacks the cure there, but.
But also one thing, out of all of the villains, Dr. Octopus is probably the easiest one to cure for our Spider-Man. The MCU Spider-Man, because he's familiar with technology. He has the Stark tech, plus his tentacles are connected to nanomachines. So and his own suit is connected to nanomachines. So out of all of them, it is most likely that he would cure him the first. So
why is Peter being able to create these things a bad thing anyway? I
don't know.
Probably
college, we all know why the college really won't accept him.
Oh yeah, that's probably another big issue. How they were able to create all the cures really fast, all the Spider-Man in a school. That's probably the fourth big issue.
Maybe. They are three super geniuses, and they kind of already have an idea of what they need to create anyway.
Yeah, but they don't have the equipment. They have just school equipment to create all these machines, as well as liquids, to cure superhumans. So.
Yeah, I guess for something like the Green Goblin and the Lizard. Wait, how did Andrew cure the Lizard in the first Amazing Spider-Man movie? I don't remember that.
It was he needed to go to Oscorp, and what was it? Reverse the effects of the because he gave him the lizard thing, and he's like, okay, Gwen, I need you to go to Oscorp and use the little machine thing that was foreshadowed in the beginning. And I need you to mix up the fucking thing so it can fucking work. Okay. Goodbye.
Yeah, for the chemical cures, I would think you'd probably need a blood sample of them or something like that.
Well, no.
It's kind of weird, but
no. I think he just reversed the because it was based off on a math equation.
Yeah.
So how do you cure something off I'm pretty sure he subtracted something if he needed to cure it.
Oh, but with Norman though, we still don't really know how. With
Norman, it was gas.
Well, that was how he turned. Yeah.
It is still out of all the villains, the one I would probably say is the. Wait, who would be the hardest to cure for the three Spider-Man? Maybe Sadman, because.
Oh yeah, he had a chemical cure too.
He had the machine. He had the minimized version of the machine from Spider-Man 3. You see it rotate there, then there is that big flash, and then Sandman is back to normal.
Yeah. It probably would be the hardest one to make.
How did that even
but-
work? I
because
thought it was it went
because
into his
it's,
blood cells and crystallized it.
Yeah,
Peter would have had like the time to look into that, to be fair, like he did with Norman, but
I mean, let's look at it like Doc Ock is cured, and they also created the machine for Electro. So two of them are technically done. Just they need to attach it to Electro later. So we have
yeah.
Goblin, Lizard, Sandman, and is that 5? That's all of them.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
So we need to create 3 cures. So maybe they if we what wait I don't remember in the movie, is the Electro cure destroyed or and they have to rebuild it, or
I think Doc Ock reattaches it to him.
no, I know, but in the scene where the 3 Spider-Men are talking together and they are like saying who will do which, you know, who will create the cure,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
they are
Yeah.
assigning the jobs to one another. I don't remember the exact dialogue. We should probably check it. What
We
they
could
say.
actually look up the scenes.
Yeah. It would be great because then we would see if Electrode was destroyed or if it's still done. We just need to attach it to him.
Well, it was like a reverse arc reactor, wasn't it?
Maybe.
Your scenes.
Where they,
Okay, I think I found it. Hold on. Maybe pause.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just checking. There you go.
Now, I don't think I'm allowed to play this. But fuck it.
Okay, so
Yeah, fucking yeah.
Marco, Dylan, and
So it was probably
look, I think that I can
destroyed.
repair the devices for Dylan and Marco, but the others.
Oh, we had to repair it.
Yeah. So
Once, so no big deal.
okay. We should probably stop it so we wouldn't get copyright strike.
I want to
So-
watch it though.
I know. So, if we look here...
Okay, so they have to create 4
Destroyed.
cures.
That's Max's one right there.
Yeah, Max
Yeah.
is in the middle. Okay, so... If I'm looking at this correctly here... Okay, this is Max. This would be Sandman's.
Or yeah.
That would be Lizard, and right there is well, Tom Holland doesn't like to say it, but Norman.
That's Tom Holland's hand. Oh yeah. At least hey, show that real quick when you're showing this scene. Oh wait, those look like lightsabers.
Right there. Little.
Yeah, that's Goblin.
So.
Okay, so they in those few hours they have. I mean, they already started, but they have a head start, but they still need to finish it.
Yeah, you're right. They already had
So-
like a basis.
So I probably would take back that Sandman one is the hardest because it's already they already started making it. They just have to finish it. So probably the cures for Lizard and the Goblin are the hardest because you need the chemicals to reverse it.
Exactly. See, it's always good to recheck the movie, always redraft. But I like there was a video that said the 3 Spider-Man being chaotic brothers for 3 minutes. I like that. That's based.
I mean they recreated the meme from the Spider-Man cartoon with all of
Yeah.
them pointing at each other. So
Wait, fanboy, you don't have to, but did you want to show like the subtlety of like Tom not acknowledging Norman and like Toby picking up on that?
Oh yeah.
Oh my
man.
god. Oh my god. Make sure to drink water while you do this show.
Dylan, and look, I think that I can repair the devices.
yeah.
Okay, so Connors, Marco, Dylan, and
And doesn't.
look, I think that I can.
And,
repair the
And he
devices for
slams
Dylan
that
and
one
Marco,
down, by
but
the way.
The others.
Yeah.
Well, I
Great
got
job,
I've
Tom
already
Holland.
cured him once, so no big deal.
Okay, we should
think I
probably
can-
stop it.
Term for Dr. Osborne. Been thinking about it a long time.
See, he picks up on it.
Gotta cure all of them.
So oh fuck. Fucking timer.
Oh, we
Yeah,
should
it's so like I didn't even notice that first time.
Me neither. It's so great.
I think we should. Someone should probably edit that out if we would want to,
Oh.
you know, so that we wouldn't get copyright struck by Sony or
Risking the copy.
Disney.
I'm risking the copyright strike.
I think it'll be fine. We're
Well,
not
like,
in
kinda-
we're not in the money yet.
Yeah.
I mean, it's on YouTube, so maybe allowed.
If
maybe
we
not.
if we have to,
Yeah, you would
Me and
think we
Sheep
would be
would-
allowed.
we have to. There will be a way. I'm pretty sure there's ways to do it, but
Realize, I think I've learned that cutting a small clip in the YouTube editor is actually not hard to do in editing, but
yeah,
when you're
but all right, let's move on to the next point. Dumb point again, Anomaly Inc. We had to go on a 30-minute, 5-minute, whatever rant.
Smart enough to rebuild inhibitor chips and cure Electro and Sandman's elemental plagues, but we will get to that. But unfortunately, anyone associated with Peter is also paying the price, including his best friend and girlfriend, who were both denied entry to college as well, because they were subject to interrogation as being potential accomplices in Mysterio's death. Thankfully, Peter is freed from all charges thanks to a mostly unsurprising but very welcome cameo from Matt fucking Murdock, the very same from the Netflix
Hey,
Daredevil
Father, please.
series played by Charlie Cox.
very small thing, but I noticed Anomaly says, unfortunately, Peter's life is ruined. You don't usually see that with these people. You don't see an unfortunately there, but anyway.
I mean, he's Anomaly is much kinder to the MCU Spider-Man movies than his co-host. His co-hosts on his podcast.
Does that co-host make YouTube videos?
Yeah, you actually. I told you this before you commented.
Yeah,
on
yeah.
his-
A new enemy has
his,
struck
comment.
Yeah,
Cool-
we actually.
cool boy.
Sorry. Oh, wait.
Cool boy. Yeah.
Like our last episode or something, or our first No Way Home episode, we responded to a comment from that guy. You know what? Maybe
he really is he's an idiot.
I mean, he was the one that. I mean, he was the one that you agreed with the comment. He was the one
Really?
that said.
Oh.
Yeah, he. I think he was the one that said like, why did they keep
Lizard in the van.
lizard-
Yeah,
yeah,
that's dumb.
yeah.
That's
He's-
dumb.
Yeah.
So you agreed with him.
Well,
but,
again,
his co-host, they really.
to
they
be fair,
really,
Lizard in the fan, like Peter
They
wouldn't
did have.
Peter wouldn't think anything of it because if he did run away, time to die.
Yeah, they had the death box as insurance. That
And
entire
even
scene.
Connors was like, yeah, before they went to the place, like, oh, we either follow his orders or we die. I don't see any problem with that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and
You're right.
I'm trying to.
Also,
I
if
thi-
if he came with them, that would obviously draw attention. So maybe not. Maybe that isn't a flaw, but
It all can be answered. It is dumb in hindsight, though.
Yeah.
I wonder if we brought up those points to Code Boy or whatever the fuck, what would he say?
I mean, Cool Boy, he's a big fan of. I think he's a big fan of comics. So I don't know.
Comics.
Oh,
But
is he one of the...
Spider-Man comics.
Well, then he saying Spider-Man should kill?
I don't know. I don't know. I haven't seen their podcast episode discussing Spider-Man No Way Home. Is
he like?
still
All
available?
right, another question though. Is he like? Oh my God, it's not like McComics.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
Definitely with the Uncle Ben. I remember they had a
Cry about it. Cry about it. Cry about it.
Yeah. The McComics fucking ploy.
Yeah.
Honestly, like when it comes to like, even with the Uncle Ben thing, that yeah, he's definitely the McComics. Oh, it's not my McComics.
Even though it like is, they just haven't referenced Uncle Ben. But Correctly, I mean.
What they did with Toby and all
Oh, that. Oh, it got deleted. That
that. Oh.
I
that
was.
podcast episode.
Oh.
Oh God! Damn it! Would have been
They
great to watch.
I remember they discovered one of those, a lot of one of those YouTube channels where they love everything about Marvel, try to explain some of the plot holes of No Way Home. I don't know if that video was good.
They ran away.
It probably wasn't good. You got all these YouTube channels that
That sounds like corporate schlock
yeah,
YouTube
yeah,
channels.
completely. They do videos on the things that are popular. So.
All right.
Um,
We should probably
Respond to
bail
us,
out,
not-
but I haven't seen it, so I don't know. I haven't seen anything from that podcast episode. I didn't really care that much, so
Maybe coding. Maybe this coding guy though. Maybe he's the one that'll Discord debate us. Never know.
cool boy, he's.
Code boy. Yeah.
Yeah, Jesus. All right, Raylo.
He was certainly cheered
Oh.
in my cinema, and I'd say he was actually utilized quite well as a cameo. And as a side note, this is actually how Peter Parker, more or less, meets Matt Murdock in Spider-Man the 90s animated series. Peter is framed for something completely different, mind you, but Matt Murdock shows up to clear Peter's name. So this cameo was not only well handled, but also quite faithful as well.
Hey, Father, please.
How did you just do that?
It was dumb as fuck. About the faithful thing. Couldn't someone argue that the '90s show wasn't faithful because that didn't happen in the comics before that? So
Yeah. Fucking stupid points.
that's the thing about all this shit, all this faithful shit. Anyway,
There he is, there he
Raylo.
is. Raylo.
I'm a really good lawyer.
However, despite the criminal charges being dropped against Peter, he and his friends are left squarely up shit creek, with their public standing as human beings as well as their academic futures being completely destroyed. Well, at least we think their academic futures
Oh, you found his
destroyed,
channel.
because you see, Peter hasn't actually tried
Awesome.
talking to the
Look at that
administrators
in a
of
second.
MIT yet. He instead opts to go to Dr. Strange. Well, at least we think their academic futures are destroyed, because you see, Peter hasn't actually tried talking to the administrators of MIT yet. He instead opts to go to Dr. Strange's house, hoping for some kind of miracle spell that can brainwash the entire world. And it's here we start to run into a cavalcade of problems.
He doesn't actually hope for that. He actually asks for the time spell, which Peter, I guess, doesn't know that the time spell isn't there anymore. I guess he wasn't informed on that.
He forgot about that. It's something a normal person could forget, I would say. But anyway,
But luckily there was a spell. I was able to go what Peter wanted, and now it's Doctor Strange's idea and not Peter's, because he didn't even know that existed.
so about the MIT shit, a lot of these people like to point out, fucking Peter didn't even think to check, retard, stupid kid. And, like, the way I see it, that I feel like that's a thing. Like, why would Peter think why would Peter think that he could have called them? Seems pretty final in the letter. Like, the way I think I described it in one of the episodes as like a street smart kind of thing, street smart versus book smart kind of thing. Like, it's just a normal thing someone might not think to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know you could just call MIT and try again. Like, I didn't know before this movie you could try that.
Thanks, Spider-Man.
Yeah. What do you think, real quick, about that, Rage? You think that's dumb? You think to try that?
I mean, in the movie, he's called out for it by Doctor Strange.
But, like, that's kind of
true,
Doctor
actually.
Strange's fault for not even answering
So-
that first.
So it's not the movie doesn't acknowledge it as a issue, but also even if this was the first thing he is going to do, well, you said it, like he wanted at first to travel back in time to, change the past, stop Mysterio from, releasing that information. But even if he knew about the spell, if he asked for this type of spell where everyone would forget about Spider-Man, it would still be beneficial not only for him but also his family, his friends. He would still be doing it for other people who are suffering because of him.
Exactly. By the way, note that it's been a long time, since Mysterio revealed his identity, that he asked Doctor Strange to do this. We don't know how long, but it's at least been like a few months. And I don't believe that if Anomaly Inc. was in this situation, he had to deal with all this shit Peter had to deal with, that he wouldn't, try asking Doctor Strange that anyway, at some point. There's no harm in asking that.
Alright, hold on. I'm gonna pause it real quick. Back again.
And everyone who says I got owned. Ban everyone who says I got owned. Anyway, I checked out Cool Man's channel, and he doesn't have any No Way Home content on there, so... Shit. Maybe I could still ask him to a Discord debate, though. Anyway.
Spam anybody who said I got on. Real talk.
Real talk.
Alright.
I don't remember what we were talking about before. We should probably just Raylo.
Yeah. It's a dumb point. The stupid MIT shit. Dumb.
His face is our...
I already know he's gonna complain about it even more when it gets down to it. I bet.
I mean, it's an issue that is acknowledged in the movie. That
Yeah. He talks about he's in the first act a lot. You'll see.
Be crystal clear that right up until this point,
would have
I
known
thought the
to
film
ask.
did an excellent job at showing the impact and aftermath of Spider-Man Far From Home on Peter's life and the lives of his loved ones, and it did a really good job at setting the stage for the plot. It's just unfortunate that the plot itself is contrived and nonsensical as fuck.
I think we're just getting started.
So Peter enters Sanctum Sanctorum and speaks with Doctor Strange. There's some admittedly good MCU humor on display, with Strange explaining that Wong was made the Sorcerer Supreme after the events of Infinity War, where Doctor Strange was blipped out of existence for 5 years.
Wait, I thought you were the Sorcerer Supreme.
No, he got it on a technicality because I blipped for 5 years.
Oh.
Anyway, Peter explains his problem to Doctor Strange, and initially he's hoping that Doctor Strange can turn back time so that Peter can fix the problem, but Doctor Strange is admittedly against the idea of meddling with space-time and says even if you wanted to do it, the time stone is gone. However, just as predicted from the trailers, Doctor Strange proposes another option, something about magic runes of the almighty plot contrivance. Wong tells him it's too dangerous to use the magic runes, but
Plot
Strange
contrivance. Uh-oh, we're talking about plot. Oh! Plot!
I mean, maybe the fact that room exists is contrived, unless it did in Doctor Strange's movie, but...
I mean, yeah, but it is kind of a contrivance that they created these runes that can erase an information from an entire world, so...
Yeah, it's very lightly a contrivance, though, because, Doctor Strange, she would know a kind of, mystical shit we wouldn't know about.
Yeah, also...
Nothing really wrong with it.
Probably didn't know the tomb exists. You probably had to do a lot of research on that. Doesn't even matter. We can't have nothing new. And, if anything new comes in, it's plot or...
Plot contrivance, bro.
Anything, new in a story, it's literally plot. That's the first thing people say. Anything, new. A new character. Oh, that's plot convenience there, buddy. That's the plot twist. That's the plot everything. Fuck you.
You want to say it to my emoji face? You want to say it to my sunglasses?
The reason why you wear sunglasses is so you don't have to reflect the freaking... So you don't have to reflect on your eye line. Where are you looking? Where are you looking, Anomaly Inc? I want to know. Are you looking at the sky when you make this?
Is he cross-eyed, do you think?
Where are you looking at? Tell me. Where's your nose?
That dick, Toby.
How does it stay on your... How does the glasses stay on you if you don't have a nose and ears? Does it stay on your arms?
You think it's, wrapped around his head?
Is it taped onto you?
I think it's, staying on his arms, maybe?
Counters him by saying they use these runes to cast spells safely in the past to solve far less important problems.
You were
which
right,
yielded
fanboy.
zero
You were right.
consequences. So it's Wong who is the voice of reason.
Safety thing. You're right about that room. Like, you need to do it there to be safe, but...
Yeah, I rewatched the movie a couple times.
Counters him by saying they used these runes to cast spells safely in the past to solve far less important problems, which yielded zero consequences. So it's Wong who is the voice of reason here and who is against the idea, but Doctor Strange is just like, fuck it, and he goes ahead and does it anyway. Now, the movie seems to think this justifies Doctor Strange throwing caution to the wind and casting this potentially dangerous spell by saying using the runes is commonplace for him. But as we all know, Doctor Strange isn't supposed to be an idiot. He isn't one to treat the concept of space-time as a joke. And if he was
actually,
to
that's
use the
not
runes
true.
to cast...
I'm pretty sure he uses fality. He uses it plenty of times.
Was he not like reckless in his first movie?
Yeah, the first thing he like when he read a book about the Time Stone and the Eye of Agamotto, first thing he does is grab it.
Yeah, but he's much more mature in the Avenger movies. So
it's more like a
true.
He has problems in those movies too, like.
But in Infinity War, he's very strict about not letting Thanos get the stone. He's very responsible in there. So it is kind of a regression of his character that he acts like the way he does in this movie.
Okay, the problem isn't doing the spell, though. The problem is just not making sure, like, Peter knows what to do when he's doing the spell.
Yeah.
That's the problem. But...
Yeah, really. So, bam. Beat that, glasses, boy.
The spell. He would take every precaution imaginable to make sure the spell went correctly. But Doctor Strange does none of these things, because the writers need plot to happen. And the writers turn him into an idiot.
I think he's actually right, because, like, kind of do need Strange to act incompetent.
Well, no, it didn't have to be incompetent at all.
It didn't have to be, but if I was to rewrite it, I would probably make it where... I mean, the idea they go for is that the spell went wrong because Peter is trying to live two separate lives. So maybe you should like enforce on that theme more potentially.
I feel like it was Doctor Strange's incompetence and his ignorance in the situation, but when he failed the spell, he blamed. At first, he goes to Peter and like you changed it like 8 times. Like, he never, like, and then he never talked about, the college to them. Like, he never actually answers, like, it's funny how he says all this shit while the spell's going on. Like, you couldn't say it before it. Like, Peter could have made that point towards him. But, like, if anything, Doctor Strange was being a bit irresponsible in this part.
I guess that's kind of the problem.
Made a mistake.
I was thinking, like, if we were going to rewrite the movie to improve that... should probably... I'm not really sure what we would do specifically, but, like, thematically, we should probably try to make it where, like, I don't know, either because of the two separate lives thing, or because Peter has to, like, do the right thing to sacrifice himself, the spell goes wrong.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. If that did happen, will he still say it's plot?
I guess.
Because that's the problem. That's the problem with people with plot. Everything's fucking plot. I don't get it. It's all plot contrivance.
I can't do it, man. I can't take this shit no more, man.
You plot me, I plot you, you know? Like, what the fuck? Simple movie logic is plot. But whatever. Just me, I guess. Plot is a negative more than a positive, even though, like, I guess every movie is a negative then.
What do you
Including video games, by the way.
Including Halo 4, by the way. wait a minute. I'll be right back real quick.
Like, this isn't like Rise of Skywalker plot, where, like, they have a MacGuffin for plot convenience. You know that? Like, there's times where plot is just, like, overly over top. You know? But, like, I don't see it here.
I mean, it depends what kind of, a MacGuffin we have. in the plot.
Yeah, like Rise of Skywalker MacGuffin, like that was fucking. What's that? That made no
Which
fucking
one are
sense.
you? Which one are you talking about in that movie?
The Exical one. That's what it's called?
The pyramid one?
Yeah, that's
It's both, no, all of them. You know what? All of them actually. All the
Yeah,
MacGuffins fucking suck
you got
in that
the
movie.
you have the two
Yeah.
pyramids. You have the
Yeah,
Dama's
you have the
knife.
Exical MacGuffin. You have the stupid fucking what is it?
Knife,
The
dagger.
knife. Yeah.
Somehow Palpatine returned. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, Palpatine return. What? All right. We're going. Then continue the video.
Yeah. Let's continue.
Oh my god, we're about to go on another hour rant about Palpatine.
Who just forgets that space and time is not something the former Sorcerer Supreme should be fucking with, for the trivial matter of a teenager's
I mean, well, the Doctor Strange, he's very strange when he comes to messing with space and time. He did a time loop just to fucking win one time. So, you know, ironically,
True.
Doctor Strange is very strange on approaching enemies and spells. I think that was the point. That he was kind of the most unpredictable one.
Right, but I wouldn't say Peter's like life being completely, well, I guess not completely ruined because he's legally okay, or at least he is. Happy is still like Happy and Aunt May still have like legal issues, but
yeah,
his
it
life
all started okay with the life thing. It all started when Happy, like when he finally got off the hook. They said that they're looking into Happy, and now you should probably get a lawyer. And that's when Peter realized that was the first bell
for the
when,
first
one of his family
straw, I guess.
Yeah, when one of the when it isn't affecting just him, it affected Happy. Even Peter's face was like disappointed, or not disappointed. It was like upset.
Yeah, but like what happened to Peter is more than trivial. But okay. Okay. No.
Yeah.
If it was Toby, this happened to Toby, would it be trivial then?
Fucking stupid.
identity crisis. If Doctor Strange took the time to make some preparations to ensure the spell wouldn't go wrong, I'd be fine with this. Or if some outside interference messed up the spell that was out of Doctor Strange's control, I'd be fine with that too.
That probably
But no,
would have been better.
The spell goes completely out of control, and it's all due to Doctor Strange's incompetence because he rushed into doing the spell before discussing
he's not blaming
the
Peter.
repercussions and the consequences of casting.
He
it
has the
with
right
Peter.
opinion. He's
Seriously,
not blaming
this
Peter.
Whole movie's
Wait.
plot could have been avoided if the two characters just.
Oh, he's right. Yep. See.
Based
At the
anomaly.
beginning, it's funny because the beginning of this video really isn't that bad. That's the funny thing.
Yeah, here. This is when everything strikes.
Yeah, it's when we get into it a little bit.
All right,
It's
so
where-
like at this point, like I will say, at the point, like after the spell part, everything like is gonna be hard to find flaws because the only flaw would be the spell. So like, of course, you're gonna get some good points with the spell part. But
yeah, if you didn't, God help you if you didn't.
When the second Endured Act comes, holy shit, you'll see.
Had a 10-minute chat about the spell with one
He,
another. But Peter finding
lost
out that Ned, Michelle, and Aunt May won't remember that he is Spider-Man during the casting of the spell opts for him to urge Doctor Strange to change the spell 6 times while he is casting it.
Did it work?
No. You changed my spell 6 times.
5 times.
You changed my spell. You don't do that. I told you, and that is why.
Because Doctor Strange didn't take the time to talk to Peter before casting this incredibly dangerous spell.
Oh my god, Ned.
Okay, let's not change the parameters of this spell anymore while I'm casting.
Okay, I'm done. I swear I'm done.
As predicted, this buttfuck of a movie's Spider-Verse multiverse plot is caused by Doctor Strange being an incompetent buffoon, and Peter Parker being an indecisive, selfish twat. Because after Doctor Strange...
No,
no.
Okay, no, not that. What the fuck?
Take it back.
Wait, hold on. Anomaly, we take it all back. Too much credit again.
Time to reverse the clapping.
Alright, so yes, the movie's plot is being done because of a mistake. A mistake! You know what that word is?
A mistake that anyone would make. Again, sorry, Raid, you can go in a second. Again, I've gone through this before. You're telling me that you're realizing that your family will forget a major part of your life and you might not even be dating your girlfriend anymore. In that situation, Anomaly, do you think you're just gonna go...
Oh, I don't. I don't think so.
No, I don't think I will.
What were you gonna say, Rage?
I mean, I mentioned it before that he's going to repeat a lot of his criticisms, like
Right. We
you know,
probably shouldn't do the same.
like him being
No, I think we should.
no, like there are going to be criticisms like he was selfish or
Yeah, fucking no, just wrong. That's just wrong, though.
yeah, others that will come up like how dare are you using Raimi characters like you don't own them, like
Yeah.
you will have all these things that we already mentioned a bit.
Yeah, we're trying to. I can't wait until the timeline part. Like, we're gonna really piss them off there.
That fucking destroyed our brains when he started talking about the way the multiverse works. That
Yeah,
was
like
fucking
PhD
crazy.
in multiverse.
And then
Doesn't he say like multiverse is not affected by time? I laughed so fucking hard.
We're gonna get to it. We're gonna.
I'm like, okay, what does it affect? What?
No, he used the Family Guy as a good example of how
Yeah. Yeah.
We should wait.
Sure
We're gonna
like,
get to...
Oh my god. Like,
Gonna...
Family Guy did the multiverse wrong then.
Well, I'm jumping ahead, but according to I've learned, we looked into it. Space and time is actually considered the same thing. If you're manipulating space, you would be manipulating time too. Essentially, there's no reason to assume that if you're manipulating space, you couldn't manipulate time logically. But
I mean, yeah, if you're traveling through time, then you'll be traveling through, your
Space,
location will be moving as well. So
yeah,
technically,
he criticizes Spider-Verse for this too. By the way, Spider-Verse. We're jumping ahead. We're jumping ahead.
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
Jumping ahead.
There's a valid reason for Spider-Verse to do that, by the way.
And Peter Parker being an indecisive, selfish twat. Because after Doctor Strange locks down the spell and contains it from ripping apart space-time, at least temporarily, he finds out that Peter Parker didn't even try to solve his problems by himself, by just talking to the college administrators that rejected his application, causing Doctor Strange to get so mad as to kick Peter out of the sanctum.
When you say convince him, you mean like
You're smart enough to repair inhibitor chips, but he wasn't smart enough to do this.
Oh, we already explained why that.
No, real quick. Again, it's a street smart versus book smart thing. He would know the mechanics on how to repair an inhibitor chip. He wouldn't have a reason to know. He could just ask the MIT people again. It seemed final, but GQ added that Spider-Man No Way Home was rewritten on an almost daily basis, with Holland telling... Oh, this is the same thing from earlier.
Yeah,
I guess this
is nothing wrong with the writing. I don't know.
Are you telling me that you...
I guess this is proof it was rewritten on a daily basis.
Before you asked me to
I don't
brainwash
think
the
that's
entire
true.
world?
Wow! What do you know?
Yeah, no fucking shit, Sherlock. Maybe you should have asked him that in the first place.
I mean, when you put it like that, then...
I think...
And that's something else that bugs me about the way this movie's plot starts off, is that Peter didn't even try to solve this problem by himself. He instead opts to take the easy way out by scurrying off to Doctor Strange in the hope for some magical cure. I also wanted to point out...
So, for one, again, he was dealing with this for months, at least. For two, even if that is true, you could say he learns his lesson at the end of the movie anyway. He doesn't take the easy road. He takes the hardest road possible. And all it does is ruin his own life even more, so...
Yeah, this is a fucking... I guess he thought, like, Anomaly thinks, oh wait, no, he opts to think this is the easy way. But, in reality... Like, down to earth, this is, like, the most longest and hardest way, I would assume.
Yeah. I just noticed he's using, like, the PS4 game, Tobey Maguire, but, I just remembered, Fanboy, I got, like, a comment criticizing this movie, like, while we were filming the episode. I don't know if I should read that out during the episode, because it's pretty long. Yeah. It is just a funny coincidence, I guess.
Jeez.
That in the videos I made in the lead up to this movie's release, I said this would happen, and it did in fact happen, just as dumb as I predicted, and only slightly less dumb as it was portrayed in the trailers. But oh boy, Marvel stans were really quick to leap to the movie's aid by saying that this was the evil Doctor Strange and not the real one, which would explain this level of incompetence. And if you've seen Spider-Man No Way Home as well as its end credit scene, you know that was incorrect. Also, it was speculated
if it is. Like Raimi just says it is. I swear to God. No, too dumb.
Yeah.
That's no, just no.
That the events of Loki were the reason for the multiverse opening up,
No.
and those events transpired at the same time as Spider-Man No Way Home, meaning Doctor Strange only thought he was responsible for opening the multiverse with his spell. I have not seen Loki. I really don't plan to. But that theory is a total bust, because it wasn't Loki. This contrived multiverse buttfuck of a plot is entirely the fault of a dumbed down Doctor Strange, which is a damn shame. Anyway, skipping ahead, Peter tracks down the MIT administrator in the middle of freeway traffic. As he's pleading his case, unsurprisingly to anyone who saw the trailers, the freeway is absolutely destroyed, and tentacles rise out of the ground, and we get reintroduced to Sam Raimi's OG Dr. Octopus, played by Alfred fucking Molina himself.
I'll take care of the music.
This part's stupid.
Black Ops music.
Why are you playing that music? You should be playing Doc Ock's theme.
At first doesn't
shit. Doesn't make
He's
sense.
He's playing the Black Ops 1 fucking fucking multiplayer, whatever the fuck it was. No, not multiplayer, but the start.
We should get used to it.
That's like the start of like the match for the Black Ops side.
Like, I know you like your dumb
Dr.
edgy
Octopus
music, Anomaly, but it didn't fit the joke. It played like the Doc Ock theme.
Man, he's bad.
Yeah. Literal Shadow the Hedgehog game shit, but
This is who I am.
played like Doc Ock's theme in this scene. You should have just played. It's on YouTube. Just look up Doc Ock's theme on YouTube.
Copyright, man.
I could have done this.
Copyright.
Idiot.
He's going to use
man.
this for. I mean, he's going to use this for all the characters. So.
No, I know. That's the Call of Duty. What's the punchline?
I don't even know. His direction is so random. I swear.
Spider-Man. Look at Spider-Man right now. That's us.
All right.
Dr. Octopus at first doesn't realize that Tom
Doc
Holland
shirt
is
in that
not his Peter Parker. He also asks Peter what he did to his machine, which is kind of confusing at first, but we later find out that Dr. Octopus teleported while he was choking Peter with his tentacle wrapped around his throat during the climax of Spider-Man 2. Well, I sure as hell hope he told Peter how to stop the machine before he teleported, because otherwise, that city is fucked.
Tell me how to stop it.
Doc Ock's rampage leads to an awesomely
that
shot...
part, I got, like, again... Well, that part, I don't even know if that even matters, because in his case, time isn't affected by it. Let's just say, like, that's just a different multiverse. That's what... Like, how would you even describe that?
Again, the problem...
Sorry. No, go. Continue.
Again, the central problem is just the movie doesn't tell us what happens to villains when they go back home. I assumed Doc Ock, have been brought back to right at that moment where he was taken. But again, the movie should really explain what happened to us.
Yeah.
Because if that did happen, Doc Ock probably would have been dead anyway. So yeah, it's a problem with the movie.
Yeah, the most likely solution is that they will return to the same place, to the same time as when they disappeared, basically.
When they learned Peter's identity.
Also, who's to say Peter did not learn how to stop it? Then.
Well, the only way to stop it would be putting it in the river. By the way, Doc Ock tells him that after, like, he takes control of the tentacles and is good again, so he couldn't have told him, but...
But like,
I don't know,
I think it would have been common Spider-Man knowledge at that point. If he was alone, like if he had to figure it out.
Well, the question is, how would Spider-Man put it into the river? He probably could do it. I don't know if he has like the time to do it.
Well,
anyway,
see, this is the problem. This is why we shouldn't probably answer that question, and Anomaly Inc. should not probably answer that question of, oh, it's just being left to be destroyed, because we actually don't know what would happen. Spider-Man could have stopped it. He could have not. Who knows?
I would suspect that Doc Ock is brought back to that point in time, but
yeah, because as we know, multiverse is also affects time. Fuck you.
Yeah.
So like, since
we're
like
getting to
think about like that multiverse is always going to be in pause because he can always be brought back during that time.
Wait, about the time thing again. We're jumping ahead. It's we should say it's not contradictory that controlling the multiverse could control time as well. It isn't like inherently contradictory because space and time are in fact the same scientifically. So. Anyway.
Well, no, I think of it as like, okay, think of it like this. All right. So when he's taken, think of it as like that now, that timeline is now in pause.
Yeah, that's what I
Or
assume.
like on loop until he's brought back, like you said.
Yeah.
Because it's always just
maybe
because,
the way
again, it affects space and time. So like he'll always be brought back. So like it'd be like with that Spider-Man, like he would see Doc go away and then come back instantly.
Yeah,
that would be kind of funny, actually.
And then when he comes back, he disappears and then reappears, and now he's completely good.
Imagine if when Spider-Man 2 came out, that actually happened. Doc Ock just fucking disappears and then comes back randomly with nanotech on his tentacles.
Yes.
No, he actually takes those off when he's good again.
Oh. And then people would have to wait like 20 years for an explanation of what happened there.
Yeah,
he most likely died with just one less tentacle arm.
That's the problem. It's like, well, a problem with this movie is that the villains can't die when they go back home, because if they do, the entire movie was pointless. So they can't die. It would like destroy the film almost if they did, but.
Who knows? Like, this is the problem. The movie does not tell us what happened. Like, it's not about when they get there. It's about after they got done.
Yeah, they really do have to, like, I don't know, create, like, some sort of short or something on Disney Plus where they tell us what happened to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking, I don't know.
But even then, it would still be a secondary material, which...
Right.
You know, which... it's the same argument with like something like the prequels, where you can't really rely on, other material to explain certain things there.
Like a movie isn't good because it has secondhand material that explains the plot holes.
Yeah, like it would help, but it would still be a flaw in the movie that it's not shown what happened to them.
That face, though.
Yeah.
Doc Ock's rampage leads to an awesomely shot fight between him and Peter Parker's Iron Spider suit, and this was undoubtedly one of the best action
wait, Father,
scenes in the
please,
movie,
real quick.
Despite the fact that Peter...
It doesn't matter at all, but there was like a Friday Night Funkin' mod of Doc Ock and Spider-Man on the bridge. It was pretty funny, but anyway.
Loses this fight, even though he should have been able to end the fight with a simple taser web.
Activate taser web!
The fight itself was still an excellent piece of eye candy. Admittedly,
it's actually a good point, I think. I didn't think about that.
Well, I don't actually know if the taser web would have been even enough to stop the tentacles. Because we're talking like when he got shocked here, that was a fucking bolt.
He stabbed the tentacle into a giant bolt of like pipes that were going into the machine.
That was like fucking real electricity. Like taser web would be like okay, you probably shut off one of my arms.
Well, if he taser webbed Doc Ock's body, the tentacles would still function. If he shot one of the tentacles, the others would still function.
I mean, the fact that he survives this
Yeah,
Spider-Man
like,
2,
again-
it
and again-
probably means that tentacles can take a lot of electricity without, damaging the human body. So
Yeah, it definitely wouldn't be an instant KO like he's suggesting, but it could help. Like, Peter probably should have tried
maybe,
it.
yeah,
Yeah,
maybe
I don't like-
maybe disable one tentacle or something.
That's just
At
not
most,
how
at
it
least.
was fought, though. Like, it probably would have still ended up the same, even if he did use that. So whatever.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
fight
you're
itself
right.
was still an
But it would
excellent
have been a
piece of
cool
eye
reference.
candy. Admittedly,
Yeah.
part of the reason why
Yeah, it would've
Peter
been.
loses this fight is because he's trying to save the MIT administrator who was in peril for the duration of the fight, which, in a way, is kind of a callback
Father,
to
please.
the fight above the...
Only, by the way, they talk shit about Peter for not going to MIT, but the only reason the MIT person, like, gave Peter a chance was because he saved her life. Just something to keep in mind. If the Doc Ock thing didn't happen, she probably would have just drove past him.
True. Fucking
bank
base.
robbery in Spider-Man 2, when Spider-Man and
Sigma
Doc Ock
male
are fighting
MIT
inside of a
person.
building while Aunt May is in peril. I don't know if it was intended to be a callback or not. That's just what I took from it.
Hey,
Come to
man,
think of
there-
it, this
there are a lot of
sequence
plot holes
does
in that
more
scene.
closely resemble Spider-Man's first encounter with Lizard on the bridge from Mark Webb's first Amazing Spider-Man movie. Now, the part that really pisses me off about this is when Doc
Here we
Ock
go.
corners Peter Parker, almost impaling him with his tentacle blade.
Here we go, I
and
think.
Dr.
Here we go.
Octopus realizes something isn't right. This is not the Peter Parker he knows, but then somehow his tentacles, and I'm not entirely sure how to
Somehow.
describe this, his tentacles absorb the nanotechnology from Peter Parker's Iron
He
Spider
doesn't
suit.
even
and then
know.
Father, please.
Okay, so he
The
doesn't even
suit-
know the tentacles are nanotech too.
That was a reference in Spider-Man 2, like nanotechnology, or Spider-Man 1, like one of them, nanotechnology. But
Yeah, that's why
Anyway.
you outdone yourself, Peter.
yeah, the tentacles, it grabs onto his suit and like busts a hole in it or something. Like the nanotech, like I guess Peter uses either the tentacles absorb it because it is nanotech, or Peter uses the nanotech to like go onto the tentacles like a symbiote. I think Doc Ock. Sorry, go ahead.
No, continue. I will later say it.
I think what the movie is going for is that Doc Ock chose to like absorb the nanotech because his tentacles were also nanotech or like high technology that could do that. But
He underestimated the advanced technology, so Doc Ock's incredible mistake makes him lose the fight.
actually, ironically, his like arrogance made him lose the fight. That's a nice fallback of it.
I mean, when we look at it, like it looks like Doctor Octopus is the one that absorbs the nanomachines. However, basically, it gets connected to Spidey's suit, and then he can control it. Wait. I mean, it makes sense. Like Doctor Octopus is like from 2000. When did Spider-Man 2004, and this is 2000. Wait, in the MCU, this is 2025 or something like, right?
Yeah.
So more than 20 years of difference in technology. So yeah.
By the way, I found like the scene on YouTube in pretty good quality. Like if you go like 4 minutes in, we could see how Doc Ock absorbs the nanotech. But
Yeah,
but somehow Peter gets control.
it's more than of what he says next. So
somehow
absorb the nanotechnology from Peter Parker's Iron Spider suit. And then somehow, accidentally, Peter Parker is able to hijack Dr. Octopus's tentacles and start puppeteering him the fuck around. Okay, let me outline what the MCU
he's connected.
bread and butter
It
is when
literally
comes
shows
to
that he gets connected to them.
I know.
he's
he
in
doesn't
control
want to
of
say
the
that, though.
nanotech.
He doesn't want to say that. He can't
He's in
fucking believe it.
Yeah, he's in control of the nanotech. And by the way, as Fanboy and I thought when we first watched this, Iron Man would create that as a fallback in case someone did get in control of his
it's
nanotech.
in his character.
Yeah, if someone did get in control of his nanotech, he would still be able to control it. Like that is something Iron Man would create.
He's paranoid that people would use his weapons again.
Yeah.
Like,
it makes perfect sense.
ironically, like Far From Home was like exactly that.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, you're right. Actually, I didn't think
Like,
about that.
That it's all in Tony's character. Like there would be a fallback, fail safe because he's paranoid that terrorists and stuff would get his weapons again and use it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really
cool.
I mean, it's been known for villains of his to use his technology, like Obadiah using his arc reactor for his Iron Man suit or whatever. But
yeah, Mysterio using the drones, Whiplash, I guess, using the
arc reactor.
The Mandarin, which would have been well, it was an idea of Tony's that he scrapped, or what was it? I forgot, but
I mean, I think if I remember correctly, the Mandarin in the comics is a magician. The whole point is that you got the hero that relies on technology versus the villain that uses magic. Of course, that's in the comics. It's not in the movies.
We're talking about the crappy plot twist Mandarin that was not.
Yeah. Wait, is that magic?
Syndrome. The syndrome, dude.
I don't exactly remember what it was. It was a heat thing.
It was just like a fire dude. I don't remember why, but he was a fire dude.
I don't remember exactly how it worked, but
yeah.
I know the idea came from Tony.
Yeah. By the way,
what happened was like the guy at this point Tony is like an asshole still, and the guy was like a nobody.
Let's meet on the rooftop. Tony was like,
yeah,
no. Or he said
okay,
yes.
I'll meet you there, and never shows up, and the guy gets very angry.
It's just like Syndrome from The Incredibles, but worse than that.
Yeah.
Gay version of Syndrome.
Like he has like that max on where he's like, no, Tony, I'm not angry that you did it, but he's actually just crying on the inside.
Yeah. By the way, I rechecked the scene on YouTube. Doc Ock grabs a chunk of Spider-Man's suit intentionally, and then like absorbs the nanotech. So we did do it intentionally. Says, that's when he says, "You've outdone yourself, Peter." Yeah, Doc Ock did do that intentionally. I would assume it's because his tentacles are like nanotech, so we knew he could do that. But
by the way, Iron Man's 3 Mandarin, like they did that for shock jock. I'm gonna be honest, just because they didn't want like people to be like, "Ooh, well, look, the Mandarin is this guy," like because they wanted to beat expectations, I guess.
Did that? It was literally just Last Jedi shit. They wanted to be subversive.
And somehow Shang-Chi is even worse than
the
Iron Man 3.
Shang-Chi was fucking worse somehow, and that was like somewhat kind of accurate.
I watched Shang-Chi actually. I wouldn't really recommend it.
It's kind of mediocre.
At best, I wouldn't really recommend it, but I don't know.
Out of the Phase 4, it's probably the best movie, right behind Spider-Man No Way Home.
Yeah.
I don't like
Abomination being a wrestler, by the way. Anyway, like what the fuck?
It's only in second place because of technicality. Like all of them are bad, but technically it's the least bad out of all of them.
I don't like what the fuck they did with Abomination. What the fuck is his character now?
I don't even remember what his character was before, to be honest. But
well, it was more like the military guy who wanted. What the fuck
Ross,
was his character
I think
again?
his name was?
No, it wasn't Ross. It was the British type guy, wasn't it?
I haven't watched The Incredible Hulk in
I watched
literally
it recently, but I remember his character arc being like, "Fuck, man, I can't catch this fucking Bruce Banner guy. He's like so faster. He's so better, man. Hey, doctor, give me some of that fucking blood already. God damn." And then when he got Abomination powers, he said, "Fuck it, I am all the Hulk." He started killing his friends and shit. His motivations turned into just an asshole.
Didn't he be in jail, super jail?
Wait, what the fuck? Why is he boxing? And on top of that, Incredible Hulk also added the blood also went onto that doctor's guy's brain. I forgot what the villain was called, but he was supposed to be probably MODOK. I don't even know.
Brainiac or something. Wait, I think that's the Superman villain.
Yeah, but it's probably MODOK. But Yeah, they scrapped that guy, I think. Unless they didn't.
Yeah. Anyway, I forgot what we were supposed to be talking about.
Abomination, I don't know, they probably just retconned that. Now I think about it.
I mean, they kind of retconned that whole movie, but...
Yeah, but now we just don't even know how Abomination even fucking got here. He's just here.
Didn't they retcon his look, where he looks more like the comic Abomination?
Yeah, more like a lizard, was it?
Yeah.
More than a more than a fucking. I didn't like the Incredible Hulk one where he just looked like a fucking feral ghoul.
He just looks like actual shit.
Yeah, he looks like a ghoul. That one.
Yeah.
A big ass ghoul. All right, Raylo.
Humor. The MCU loves
what he's
to make
about
fun
to
of
say
the
is going to be
absurdity of
Yep.
superheroism.
Here we go.
And use the weaknesses of each superhero to make light of their characters. Whether it's Spider-Man's inability to web swing with the absence of tall buildings, the inability to lift Thor's hammer in Age of Ultron.
Oh, please be my guest.
Are you even pulling? Are you on my team?
Fucking bad.
Just represent, pull. All right, let's go.
No, it's gonna be funny. Wait.
Elevator. Would still go up. Elevator's not worthy.
I'm gonna miss these little talks of ours.
Or Loki's scepter being ineffectual against Tony Stark because he's lucky enough to have a piece of metal in his chest.
This usually works. Well, performance issues, it's not uncommon. 1 out of 5.
Because here's the thing, superheroes are absurd. It's a no fucking brainer. Marvel Studios love pointing it out to you. It's not exactly the most intelligent humor out there, but it will elicit a chuckle out of most of their audience. But the way the writers at Marvel Studios often use it come at inappropriate times and in inappropriate ways, and this is one of them. Sam Raimi's Dr. Octopus is one of the most beloved characters and villains in the superhero genre of movies, and has been shown in both Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 2 and in this very movie as a force to be reckoned with. But now that his tentacles have been neutralized, they essentially turn him into a gigantic joke because now he's harmless. And rather than being the sinister, imposing threat that he's meant to be, he is now completely helpless, standing around like a buffoon, looking like a clueless idiot. And this persists for much of the movie, unfortunately. They essentially neuter Dr. Octopus,
Father, please.
and since this is a
You fucking make Doc Ock into a joke! Or you cocksuckers, corporate! Yeah.
Yeah, he's just crying now.
All those,
look.
Oh, boo! Let me play my small little violin.
Look, logically, it makes sense because Doc Ock, he's completely out of control. Like, he's just acting like a normal person would act in that situation.
Yeah, he lost now.
It's
over.
All of those scenes that he shows make sense why they happen in the universe. And just because they make a joke out of it doesn't mean that it's bad.
It makes sense what happened in No Way Home.
Yeah, I mean, if he used like something from Black Widow, like when Yelena is commenting on how it's stupid, like when Black Widow does the the landing pose, and then does it later, like that's stupid.
Or like here's an example, right? So like Black Widow and Yelena, they like destroy the prison and like kill like thousands of people. And then, like, Yelena says, "This would be a cool way to die."
No. We are talking about something else. We are talking about like making fun of superhero cliches or their powers. Like how he shows like the Thor, like how they commenting on, "Oh, can you like put it down in an elevator? And will the elevator worthy? Can it carry it up there?" Or how in Homecoming Spider-Man runs out of buildings, so he has to run to his destination.
Right.
Like,
sorry.
It's kind of like that. So I understand it is kind of like a deconstruction. Like Spider-Man runs out of buildings, so now that he can swing, he has to run there. It is technically a deconstruction, a small one, where the audience is shown what would happen if something that he does in every movie is removed from him. So
well, for one, I don't know. I feel like just comedy-wise, the making fun of her doing a pose, she lands a lot less clever than like Tony's arc reactor, like not working with the staff and sort of thing. But anyway, I feel like a good example of what he's talking about, of a bad example of this, would be like The Last Jedi, where Luke's given his father's lightsaber and then just like slapstickily throws it behind him like a joke.
Or that he
Like,
calls it, a laser sword.
yeah. Or like there's like like after an important scene of like Poe revolting and trying to save the resistance, they cut to like a visual gag of like, you think it's like a ship landing, but it's just like some laundry happening.
Honestly, let's
your
just,
mama joke in the beginning of the movie. Sorry,
let's just all right. Here's what I just think of this. Honestly, Doc Ock fucked up, and like, what do you do in a situation where you can't do nothing? Well, you're in the mindset of, well, I fucking lost. That's it. I can't do nothing about it. I can question what the fuck what's gonna happen to me, but I can't like do nothing about it. I'm a prisoner now.
Well, like the joke is like him like trying to reach out with his normal hand, but his like Peter's in control of his tentacles, so it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, like
that's just.
Here's the thing: it doesn't even fucking matter. Like, okay, they did that. Why is that a fucking bad thing?
Cry about it.
Yeah, cry about it.
Because it's Raimi.
If MCU made their own fucking Doc Ock and he did that, there would be no fucking problem. Like, that's the fucking point. Like, it's so stupid.
A good example in this movie is when Lizard mocks Electro and says like how he's changed, how he used to have that gap in between his teeth.
I can get you a real come over.
Yeah, I think that kind of makes fun of the absurdity of him gaining that power, but still, it makes sense for why he would comment on it. So.
Yeah, and I guess like now that if you think about it, I guess Electro's power is he's able to reconstruct his body parts now, because he can change the gap in his teeth and the look of his hair and all that.
Oh, by the way, I think the reason, again, it's like implied but not directly said, the reason like Max looks like handsome now and not the weird thing he looked like before is because like the MCU has different like energy, and he was like absorbing different energy. Like MCU has that yellow energy,
and that TASM universe had that blue energy. When you're on that blue energy high versus when you're on that yellow energy high, that's the meme.
Yeah. Yellow energy grind set. Anyway. Yeah, that's a good example because it makes sense that someone would acknowledge the fact that they made Max Dillon look more like Jamie Foxx.
I'm glad the movie is a bit more self-aware than you'd think.
Yeah, it's more self-aware than TASM 2 is what I thought you were gonna say, but
yeah, like at least like in the beginning when we see Electro, he's his TASM 2 form, and he even makes the TASM 2 sound effect.
Yeah,
all that, and plays its theme. But
he shot at me. He hates me.
It played the like the fucking
virginity. Kill Spider-Man! Kill Spider-Man!
Disney and present-day Marvel Studios production, it feels like a petty and narcissistic jab at this beloved character.
Oh my god! Here it is! This is where it gets good.
Disney has produced that pertains to Spider-Man.
Sorry, wait, go back.
Listen,
go back.
And narcissist a Disney movie, unfortunately. They essentially neuter Dr. Octopus, and since this is a Disney and present-day Marvel Studios production, it feels like a petty and narcissistic jab at this beloved character that belongs to those far more beloved movies than anything Disney has produced that pertains to Spider-Man. Listen, dipshits, don't hate, just make better villains, and there will be nothing to be petty about. Your lack of talent is quite evident by the fact that this entire movie is carried by other people's creations. And speaking of which, before Doc Ock or Peter can figure out what's going on...
Other, please. What he just said is fucking beautiful. So he thinks... Everyone just listen for a second. He thinks it's a conspiracy that Disney intentionally tried to humiliate Doc Ock because they're petty that Doc Ock is more liked than Disney's villains, even though Disney made Thanos, one of the most iconic villains of all time.
I mean, Doc Ock is really beloved by probably everyone, honestly.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it's the
no.
point.
He thinks Disney intentionally tried to ruin Doc Ock as like petty revenge. That
Yeah, like they're trying to get out the Raimi fan. Like he's so fucking in it.
that is actually fucking crazy. That is actually insane thinking. That's like it's a literal conspiracy theory about the fact that Doc Ock was reaching with his hand for a few seconds. Okay.
They're out to get Raimi.
I have to defend you, my king, King Raimi. By the way, Disney, like he says, Doc Ock's more iconic than anything Disney's ever produced. Again, Thanos. Loki was pretty iconic too. Vulture was pretty iconic too, but go ahead.
Yeah, there were some hits and there's some miss, but there's a lot of hits.
A lot of misses for villains in Marvel.
Yeah, like remember Malachi? Yeah.
Yeah. Who? The worst, the sad part is I
remember
do know
Iron Man
who he is.
3's Mandarin. Yeah, I mean,
who were the good villains in Marvel movies? We have Loki, we have Vulture, we have Hela, Thanos,
Mysterio.
Mysterio.
I like Ultron. Ultron.
I would like to say Thor's sister is pretty. That's on there.
Who? Which one?
Thor's sister.
Oh, that's Hela.
Oh yeah,
Hela.
Yeah. I said Hela. Yeah, she's great.
Yeah, she was good. Ragnarok was great. Best Thor movie.
Yeah. Anyway, but like Thanos, to be fair, is like considered on the same level as like Darth Vader in cinema. So,
it is really ironic that Thanos is where he is now, considering that Thanos was originally just made by Marvel to be a rip-off version of Darkseid from DC, and now Darkseid is seen as the rip-off version of Thanos.
I mean, he pretty much is. Like, he wasn't anything in Snyder Cut. He was just, I'm an evil dude.
Yeah.
Guys, whereas Thanos in it, Disney actually had a character.
Even in Endgame, he had more character
than the main character in
Darkseid
Infinity War, I believe.
Yeah, Thanos is amazing in Infinity War, and in Endgame,
he's
better than Darkseid at least.
Yeah, Endgame is all fucking. They did fucking Endgame fucking it up.
Yeah, Endgame kind of butchered him, honestly.
Yeah, at that point he's just like, fuck it, man. I'm just rewriting the universe.
Yeah, like there are a couple good moments, like when he sees his own death, he says, "And that is destiny fulfilled." That's a Thanos moment.
Yeah,
Thanos destroying Thanos destroying the stones because like all they would offer is temptation. That's a Thanos moment, but everything else,
But him destroying the stones, that was the old one, the good Thanos from Infinity War.
The good Thanos.
We're talking about 2013 Thanos.
Yeah, the well-written one. So
the well-written.
Yeah, there's two Thanos. The Chad Thanos and the fucking beta cuck Thanos that just cries when he loses.
Virgin Thanos that wants to take over the universe and delete all life. Anyway, yeah. Anomaly is actually like this is why my thesis was he's a hardcore Raimi cuck, because he is, but he's also crazy, like actually crazy.
I mean, he's also a huge prequel defender as well as a huge Hell 4 defender, I think.
Yeah. Okay, here, prequels. Okay, prequels. All right, Attack of the Clones. I win.
On, a pumpkin bomb falls from the sky, blows up several cars on the freeway, and a sinister and familiar laugh can be heard in the distance. And who should emerge but none other than Sam Raimi's OG Green Goblin himself, played by Willem fucking Dafoe.
I'll take care of the music.
Let me just say that Goblin's
my
suit
fuck.
looks so fucking good. It's a damn shame this is the only time we'll see him wear the damn thing. Yeah, the trailer shot, that's all we get. Norman Osborn destroys the damn thing when he has another crisis of conscience
Lie about it.
in an alleyway somewhere
Father,
where he
please.
destroys the Goblin.
I will say, yeah, I like the suit too, but you know, I kind of I prefer seeing Willem Dafoe, as Cheap would say too.
Again, I was disappointed at first that the suit was gone because I actually liked it, but then I realized, oh wait, Willem Dafoe is an amazing actor, and we get to see him.
Yeah, like
be an amazing actor.
You gotta
So never
realize,
mind.
I'm actually there to see Willem Dafoe Green Goblin, and not just him in the suit. To be honest.
Yeah,
that's why we were excited. Like, would you be excited if they got a new Green Goblin that wasn't Willem Dafoe, or would you be excited to see Willem Dafoe Green Goblin? I was excited to see Willem Dafoe Green Goblin. I was like, where?
I'm honestly so happy that we get to see all of his expressions. You
Yeah,
know.
exactly.
We lost the mask, but we gained a lot of funny
and plus
expressions.
he's wearing kind of like the
Gained
OG
something
outfit
better.
in a way. He has the purple hoodie and the green armor underneath it.
He does. Anomaly does acknowledge it later, but when we get there, but he still says that he prefers the old original mask. So
I kind of that's something that's totally to be disagreed on. Like,
wait. He says he prefers the mask to seeing Willem Dafoe's face.
he prefers the mask over the more comic accurate look at the end of the movie.
Oh.
Yeah, the hooded Willem Dafoe.
Okay. Anyway,
honestly, I'm glad they did. I'm glad they did the hooded Willem Dafoe, where we can see his face and he looks more accurate to the comics.
remember the scene where Spider-Man was just beating on him and he was just laughing it off?
Yeah, like
The Dark Knight. Yeah, it was great.
Fucking awesome, dude.
Dude! Why didn't we mention Willem Dafoe when we were talking about good Marvel villains? We fucked up.
I mean, yeah, all of them are technically MCU villains now.
Willem Dafoe and Doc Ock they're iconic too as well.
But now everyone else is also.
We know that, but Anomaly Inc. thinks they're the top dogs. I mean, DC also has well-knowns. I don't even think that's even the point. He's just fucking just crazy, like you said.
Yeah. He
literally thinks too much.
Yeah. So, but now rectifying the list, I would say the best 3 Marvel villains would be Thanos should probably still be number 1, and then the Green Goblin, and then Vulture probably.
No. I honestly think it would be Thanos number 1. Then I would say Green Goblin, and I kind of like Mysterio more.
Oh, I really love Mysterio too, but again, Vulture just was perfect. I don't know.
Yeah.
Mysterio has some small flaws, but not something that major. That would make him a bad character and villain. So.
Yeah, I guess the small flaws would be why not just use the drones to?
No. My issue with Mysterio is that we don't really know what his end game is basically after if he kills Spider-Man and becomes this renowned superhero.
Yeah,
how is he going to? Yeah, what is he going to do? What if another alien threat, comes up?
Does he give up?
Yeah, yeah.
I feel though
an explanation to what he's going to do after he gains everything that he wants.
Right, but I feel it's in character that Mysterio didn't really think about that or care about that.
Yeah, because I feel it's all about him in that case.
Well, for one, he is definitely actually crazy.
Yeah, because he tried to kill his friends too.
Yeah, but we could say that's a very realistic thing, is people just caring about the clout of now and following popular trends. It's a very realistic thing, Mysterio's motivations, because in the real world, people really would try to imitate the Avengers just for fame. It's very realistic in that way. I don't think it's a flaw that Mysterio doesn't have an endgame there, but
Of course. He would use the memes.
Yes.
Yeah. That Mysterio on TikTok. Better give me a million likes, and I'll kill everyone.
Yeah. Give
I mean,
me a million likes to be
it is
Iron
a shame
Man.
that we really don't get a scene like that, like any of the characters, like superheroes, going on a like to a TV show host or something, like on an interview or something, like like
Yeah.
the Boys season 1 did. It is a bit of a shame that Marvel did not do it at all.
Yeah. My bouncy ball dropped. Fuck. Okay.
Alright, Raylo, I think we
Wait.
get it now.
I was gonna say something, but I forgot. Oops.
Oh. Raylo.
Mask before seeking out Peter Parker later on. But back on the freeway, we get another problem. Dr. Octopus, Otto Octavius, under his breath, mutters the word Osborn. As if to say
we
he
talked about this
recognizes
for a
both
while.
the Green Goblin and knows it's Norman Osborn inside the suit. Now
this
this
our point
initially
right here is gonna
made me
piss off
curious
Anomaly.
because I thought they were
Right.
taking the route of saying these villains are
Listen to this.
based on the versions from the other movies. But they are in fact from an alternate reality where those movies are not canon, because in the Raimi canon, nobody, at least up to the Spider-Man 2 point in the timeline, knew that Norman Osborn was in fact the Green Goblin. That was intentionally kept a very closely guarded secret by Peter Parker in accordance with Norman Osborn's last wish. Otto Octavius, in accordance with Sam Raimi canon, should have no idea who that is under the Green Goblin suit. The fact that he knows him at all led me to believe these villains were taken from a timeline where they are all alive and well and have had dealings with each other in the past. But later on, we find out that Dr. Octopus knows that Osborn died years ago in a fight with Spider-Man, which is essentially saying that this movie has the balls to treat the Raimi films as canon and treat itself as an alternate sequel to them.
Here we go.
First off, fuck you, Marvel, for having the delusion to think that. And secondly, that decision is not only insulting, but it's also going to come back to bite you in the ass. You're treating those movies as canon, but
he literally said, "You have the balls to think you can be in the same continuity as the Raimi films? How dare you!" He literally said that.
I mean, yeah. But it is an issue that he brings up, that they are not, there are some issues with the continuity with, the Raimi films, so.
I know, we talked about this at length, Fanboy Night, and before we get into that, I think it's time to touch some fucking grass, Anomaly. Anyway, but so
This is gonna piss off Anomaly here, or take here.
We concluded that this is mostly a flaw on Raimi's part. Because the Raimi films don't tell us what the Raimi films don't seem to really have any world building at all. We have no idea what the public thinks happened to Norman Osborn or Green Goblin. Wait! Did I talk about this in my comment?
I think
Boy,
so.
go check real quick. Go check real quick.
Alright.
Oh, I did. I should probably skip the first paragraph because it's not relevant to this. Thing about the Raimi-verse, knowing about what happened to Norman Osborn and Otto is, the Raimi movies don't actually tell us if the news knew what happened to them or not. Raimi movies don't tell us. For better or for worse, those movies seem to focus on character exclusively. Barely any attention seemed to be on world building in those movies. Except the film doesn't actually tell us for sure if Harry knew that Norman was the Goblin. In fact, how does he even think his dad's death even went? I have no idea at all. Here's the thing. How would the world not figure out what happened? The world wouldn't think anything of the fact that Norman Osborn and the Green Goblin happened to die at the same time. No one notices Norman having glider wounds. Why would Spider-Man kill him like that if he wasn't the Green Goblin? There's no goblin formula that could be found in his blood. The world also wouldn't be interested in what happened to the genius doctor capable of creating a miniature sun. Police wouldn't find his body at the bottom of the river, especially since there were cars flying towards the drowning warehouse. What happened to these characters, by any logic, would be all over the news. He says this later. And why would Flint Marko not know that?
Seriously, why everyone in at least New York should know what happened. Criticizing John Watts for being smarter than Raimi in this instance.
I mean, out of all the Raimi villains, it makes sense for Marco to be the one who knows the most about their death.
Yeah,
Because
which he
maybe,
does. Marco does explain that, right?
maybe after Harry's death, or even if they weren't, even if this wouldn't be revealed after Spider-Man 1 and 2, it would probably still get out after Spider-Man 3.
That's true, actually. That's true.
Also, again, why wouldn't Dr. Octavius figure it out? Because, first of all, he would know that Norman would have had a glider.
Yeah, they seem to have, like, some sort of history together.
Yeah. But... And, also, it seems like, again, with the glider being missing, with the Green Goblin dying, with Norman dying, it all kind of adds up.
Yeah, right. Do you actually
I don't want
think
to treat the people in the Raimi universe stupid or nothing to not figure that out.
See, the problem here is that John Watts assumed the intelligent thing, that the world would figure out what happened, because it obviously would. It was Raimi's fault, because he didn't tell us what happened. He didn't tell us what the world knew. Raimi fucked up.
Well, this is
Fucked Anomaly.
This is kind of the issue. It's really hard to know what's happening in those movies. Like, for example, specifically with the Goblin, with the Doctor Octopus, it'll probably be in the news that he drowned himself and he was the Octopus. So because like in Spider-Man 3, Harry doesn't know that how he died. He still thinks that Spider-Man killed him, and and he has to hear it from the butler. So does that mean that what kind of information was in the news? If people knew that the Osborn was the Goblin, then what was what kind of information was there?
Yeah.
That's kind of the issue. I don't know which side I should pick here. Is it a public information or is it a secret with the Goblin?
To be serious, I think the Raimi movies think it's private information because it's the subtlety of like Peter, like he could have. There was like a second where he could have told, like Harry says, "You killed my father," and Peter is silent for a second and then says, "There are bigger things happening than us right now." I believe that's supposed to be like Peter wants to tell Harry that his dad was the Green Goblin, but keeps his promise not to. I believe that's how we're supposed to look at the movie. I don't know for sure. Raimi felt like we didn't need to know that information, but
I mean, this is where do we get the information that Octavius was new like Osborn? Is there like a line in Spider-Man 2?
Oh, in Spider-Man 2? No, but I mean, he is working with Harry and Oscorp.
Yeah,
Oscorp
so there
is
must have
funding
been
the
some middle ground
Okay.
there.
So maybe it wasn't the public information with the Goblin, but maybe Dr. Octavius knew what what happened to Osborn.
Because Otto's smart.
Maybe, but that probably should have been said in either Spider-Man 2 or this movie.
It is a whataboutism that Dr. Octopus knows more than the public or like a random Joe on the street.
Yeah.
I was thinking of something that's similar with the PS4 game where they are affiliated together,
Yeah.
Osborn and Octavius. So
yeah,
maybe we don't know, but because he's working for Oscorp, maybe he knows about the fact that was Osborn fired in the first movie, like.
Oh yeah, he was by like the board of directors.
Yeah. So he would probably.
Out am I?
He would definitely know about that as well as if he is working for Oscorp.
No, would the public not think there was something off about the fact that Oscorp's board of directors were immediately assassinated after Norman Osborn was fired?
Yeah, no one would pick up on that.
I would honestly not. I honestly don't think that we should be looking at like the public, because we really don't know what kind of news is being shared. We don't know, like, we don't see people like talking about rumors or something like that. So
They like to talk
Yeah.
about Spider-Man now.
Again, Sam Raimi have world building in his film that challenge impossible.
Yeah.
I mean,
really,
even
Raimi's fault.
I mean, if if the Goblin secret is still a secret until Spider-Man 3, then it could work still with No Way Home, with Ock knowing who
Yeah.
Osborn is.
It could work. Raimi didn't fuck up. Anyway.
We can look at it like it's a public information, or it is a private information, but Octavius knows kind of what happened.
Yeah.
No, though. Sorry.
Because he's one of the best scientists in Oscorp and all of that, affiliated with Oscorp. So
Yeah. No, though, if we were going off what should, like, the public would find out, public would probably find out Peter is Spider-Man when Mary Jane was kidnapped. Person that Venom would be Eddie Brock, and, like, he would be in a disappearance if they didn't figure out it was him. Like, he would have disappeared. Flint Marko would have known to be there. Like all of these people are related to Peter Parker in some way. Harry Osborn died there. The public would have figured out Peter was Spider-Man after Spider-Man 3, but anyway.
yeah, that's kind of that's kind of the thing, that Harry dies, and maybe because of Harry's death, all the information goes public about Osborn and the Goblins. So
Maybe. Actually, that makes sense, but
well, because we still need a reason for Flint Marko to know who both Norman is and Doc Ock is. So
yeah.
to have it after Spider-Man 3 be revealed at most still makes the most sense. That even if it is not revealed after Spider-Man 1, it will 100% be revealed after 3. So yeah.
That actually is something that I think is a plot hole. Is Flint Marko seems to have been taken from, like, the present day in his universe, but following the other villain's logic, he should have been teleported, like, before Peter forgave him. I think.
Maybe he was teleported before his death in the present. Maybe his condition is getting worse, and if he doesn't get the treatment, he might die. I don't know. We don't know.
That actually would have been interesting in the movie. That would actually make the payoff more better when Tobey cured him.
Basically, like it will be similar, like some of the mutants from X-Men, where as they grow older, some of their mutation can get dangerous. Some of them may die or become really, really dangerous to other people. So it can be like in Logan, for example, where it is hinted that Professor X kills almost all the X-Men.
Yeah.
It could happen with
Old
Marko.
age, man.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's possible. I mean, I guess Flint Marko might not have known Peter Parker's name at the end of Spider-Man 3. Maybe when he figured it out, like, maybe after he left, he like looked up Peter Parker's name. Then that was when he was taken.
Maybe, but wouldn't did Eddie Brock know who was Peter?
Oh, yeah, he did.
And didn't Eddie Didn't Eddie tell it to Marko, or did it happen in the final fight where he?
No.
Well, you see, Raimi doesn't tell us that.
No, it's actually making a little assumption here for me. I think Marko would have probably figured it out after the train, like his fight with Black Spider-Man.
Yeah, I mean, I would think so, but remember, Sandman has to be has to be taken after Peter forgave him, because Sandman helps him out, and
yeah. So I guess at that point it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but even does he know what Ben's name is? Even would he be able to find relatives to Ben?
I mean, he probably would have looked up Ben Parker's name
Maybe,
in, like,
yeah, probably, yeah.
news or whatever. Like, he probably is, like, the person who's guilty enough to do that, but...
Yeah, he didn't seem very happy killing Ben Parker.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, a lot of this is just assumptions. We don't have clear answers to a lot of these questions. Like that,
yeah, you're right.
Like, we can create scenarios where it would work with the world, but yeah, it's not really stated in the movie.
It's a flaw on No Way Home's part of Sandman, the way Sandman is teleported into the universe, and Raimi doesn't have world building. He sucks at it.
Yeah,
no, I'm joking. I'm just fucking with Anomaly for the most part,
but yeah, Raimi needs the world building. The lack of world building hurts.
Hopefully, Doctor Strange does better in that department. But by the way, that is something the MCU films are great at: is world building. They're really good at it. Like Homecoming, especially, is a great example of it. Like,
I mean, it depends on the movie, really. Some of them have really bad world building, and some of them have pretty good world building. So,
I'm talking about the Spider-Man movies, like.
Oh yeah, the Spider-Man movies are great at world building, but other MCU movies are, 50-50.
Black Widow's bad at it. Pretty much all the new stuff is bad at it.
May as well make Black Widow movie when she's fucking dead and like we don't care now.
So they threw her off a sky station and she's somehow survived.
Oh no, the world building thing is like that is dumb, but the world building thing is like a giant fucking hovercraft that has like spies all across the world in it was never noticed by any government or Tony Stark or anyone for years. Like we just find out in this movie that this incel dude is like controlling everything behind the scenes, which is funny because in Shang-Chi we learned there was like this ancient civilization that conquered everything and controlled the world ever behind the scenes. And then we learn in Loki that really these space guys are controlling all of the universe behind the scenes.
Those space guys are fake, they're robots. The real one is Kang.
Kang, Kang. Kang was actually controlling the entire universe behind the scenes. And then we learn in like Eternals that they were these
Celestials.
Celestials that were like watching over Earth the entire time behind the scenes.
Because
also, Elemental's entire day makes no sense because they said we can't fight because of the deviants, but like in the middle of the movie, they like have a dilemma where they want to help humanity, and they did. So like, so that contradicts what they said in like the beginning. I'm not.
Do you know what's really funny about the deviants?
What?
Is that in the comics, Thanos is a deviant.
Right.
And
yeah.
And in the trailer, they specifically say that they couldn't fight Thanos because he was a deviant.
Holy shit. Dude, it took me like a few seconds to pick up what was wrong with that. I was like, right. In a second. Yeah, Thanos, like, whatever, they had a dilemma about protecting Earth, but they didn't have that dilemma with Thanos.
Yeah, fucking
as well as all the tragedies on the planet Earth, all the wars, nothing.
Excuse me. Anyway, modern Marvel movies are terrible at world building because they keep inventing out of nowhere giant shadowy organizations.
Yeah, people on Earth. Like what the fuck? Why? Why is there elementals that are just now on Earth? And then you're like in the movie, well, why didn't you fight Thanos? Well, you want to know why? Because they weren't fucking made yet. That's fucking why. That you may as well just say that. That would have been a better fucking excuse than your stupid little fucking, but I couldn't.
They really need to downscale. Like, they are trying to build up more and more hype, but they are failing miserably.
Like, that would have been better if the elementals arrived then, not later, or like they left Earth. They like gave up on it. But no, they needed some, like, if we fucking give up on Earth, they're gonna kill us anyway. It's so fucking stupid. And on top of that, like, if that was even the case, then how come that guy didn't betray them, like, when they were having that dilemma? No, you gotta betray them when it's fucking
Wait,
like fucking 30 years or 100 million years after.
a good sheep. The comparison.
I gotta wait for the MacGuffin thing to blow up the Earth.
Yeah.
Sheep. I think I have a good comparison to what Marvel should have done.
Right.
With as my example is Kirby. You know how?
Yeah, here we go. But
You
I
know,
know the Kirby lore.
Star Allies is kind of like the Infinity War and the
Right,
endgame
right.
of the Kirby lore. So, and now we are getting Forgotten Land. So, we will see what's going to happen. But it looks like it's a much more of a downscale game.
Yeah, I think
You're fighting animals. Hopefully there are no eldritch gods, but
no.
but it is Kirby, so there will
Yeah.
definitely be some kind of god that Kirby has to kill. So
I can only imagine what this is like hearing from Fanboy's perspective, because I don't think he knows about the Kirby lore.
I don't play Nintendo games. Unfortunately. I wish I could.
Oh, yeah. It's like all the Kirby games, though. They all, like, have just a seemingly innocent and, like, downscale view, and then they end literally fighting, like, eldritch being, like, realistic angels.
I only have a fucking
What was it called?
I need to get like a Switch or something. Like I'm tired of these fucking no family games. I need to play Mario. I need my sanity to be fucking okay again.
I mean, there's always always emulation.
Yeah, that's
if you don't want to
that's
pay.
all I've been doing with Nintendo games is that.
Wait, are you able to emulate Switch games though?
I think it's possible, but I don't think it's really there yet. It's not so fantastic as with some of the older consoles. I know they're doing it. Like I think like Mario Odyssey works fine on an emulator. Maybe some other game, but
We should probably
I don't
lay
know.
low. We've been 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Forgetting the timer. I should probably start using that. Ew. This is probably gonna have to be like a multi-part saga.
But you've
Spawning to
already
this one
broken
video,
the canon by having Octavius recognize
internet is
Osborn
running
as
really
the Green
fucking
Goblin.
slow,
In the
Jesus.
canon of the Sam Raimi movies, nobody knows who the Green Goblin is, and that's entirely because of Norman's dying wish to Peter.
You
to
don't
keep his
know
son
that
from
for
going
sure,
into
but-
his deeds, a secret from his son Harry. So Peter disposed of the evidence, including Goblin's suit and likely his glider as well, because if anyone finds out, then the media finds out, and if the media finds out, then Harry finds out. In Spider-Man 2, Dr. Octopus sacrifices himself to just...
The problem with that is like even if Peter hid the glider and threw it all away, like people would still recognize Green Goblin's gone now and Norman's gone now, and they would pinpoint it. Like it's so ridiculous.
Wait, pause it, my fucking internet, no! He's dying!
The fucking episode 3, no! Okay, shoot.
My computer can barely load right now. I'm surprised I can still hear you, but...
No!
My computer is, like, about to crash right now, but I can still hear you, or at least the
Well, I made my point, but, You alright there, Sheep?
No, like, actually pause it, though. Well, if you want to... So I'm on my phone now. My computer completely took a shit. It's barely able to run. And, these gentlemen are tired by now, so we'll just call this part 1. We'll just wrap it up here. We'll most likely continue next week at the same day. Or whatever. Yeah.
Anomaly Inc. survives.
Yeah. Anomaly Inc. We haven't even begun with the best part, the funniest shit in his video. We haven't even begun. If you guys like this video, I really appreciate you sitting through this shit. Anomaly, if there's a chance you're watching this, which I really doubt because of the length.
Yeah, pussy.
You know, I was pretty shitty towards you for the entire video.
and was I would think a good reason. But the fuck, who's calling me? Fuck off. If you want to talk on Discord politely about No Way Home or whatever, I would love to do that. Or we would all love to do that.
Yeah, we'll be respectful. Well, I can't promise Sheep that, but
what? No, I can be respectful. What the fuck?
What if he like does something and you're just like, fuck this shit, man?
That might it is what it is. It happens. Anyway.
Anomaly, you keep fucking talking over me. I know, yeah, that's exactly, you would do that.
I think that's what happened in the Heartbreaker debate.
Yeah, you would have to mute him.
Yeah. Anyway, do you guys have any last words?
Let's see. Fuck, I dropped my fucking notes. Okay, I got it though, I got it in my brain. Spider-Man, I need the money so I can make the sun. My plan is flawless. This magnets are great. Goodbye. And he teleports away, and then Spider-Man dies.
Okay.
I had that written down, but I dropped it.
Rage, do you have any last words?
This is me.
It was fun to be here again, and well, I hope that we'll be able to do this again soon. I will see what kind of situation I will be in next week, but yeah, it was a great time.
Thank you. It's always great to have you here. And yeah, I guess that's it. See you next time.
Me. Yeah, there's everyone watching this video. Goodbye.
Goodbye.